everybody. Welcome to the last paranormal stream of the year for Above Paranormal. Um, as usual tonight, I've got my normal guest, Andy B.
Hello.
If you notice, Andy, you've got a nice new tab under your webcam now that says Andy B. Um, right, tonight we're just going to do a general rundown of the paranormal year because I'd got nothing planned because we weren't sure whether Andy was going to be back from his investigation earlier on. So this has been a bit of a last minute thing. So we're just going to do basically a rundown of what's been going on over the last 12 months in the paranormal. Buzzwords, what's been popular, equipment that's been popular this year, equipment that ain't been so popular this year, and just general chat. Right, Andy, would you like to sum up how your year's been?
It's been terrible.
Okay, good start.
No, honestly, it's been quite rocky for us this year. We started the year with the loss of Chloe.
Right.
She couldn't commit any more time to what we were doing and team and what have you. Which sent me into a 4-month bloody downer.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, what we're going to do now? So, a big focus for us to find a new team member, and obviously, we eventually did.
It's just took you most of the year to do it.
It just took us most of the year to do it. But me and Becky sort of had a quiet year. Obviously, we lack a transport, lack a, you know, another team member to do what we need to do. But what we did, we sort of delved into back end, into research.
Yeah.
So that were our summary, really. I mean, that's what we've done, and we're sort of cycling round now to a fresh new year and getting back to it. I think that's, you know, in a nutshell, that's what happened with us.
Cool. We had quite a good start to the year, to be honest with you. We'd just come out of the Homeless Gate and Bone Gate fiascos, which had given our channel a bit of a boost because I'd done a couple of videos this time last year on what was going on with them. We then went on to do a few investigations in the Rotherham area because we haven't got transport at the moment, so we rely on public transport to get about. We had a brilliant investigation at Uberstand. We had a good investigation at Needles Eye. And we had a fantastic investigation at Wombwell Woods, which we're intending to go back to. We had a bit of a quiet summer. We've got a lot going on, me and Jace personally, so the channel went a bit quiet over the summer. From September onwards, we've picked it back up again. Started doing these weekly paranormal discussion streams, and on Sundays I'm now doing weekly tarot readings, which are murder sometimes. I normally end up dehydrated and gasping for nicotine at the end of them, but I do enjoy them, and for me it's just a way, you know, of saying thanks to everybody who supports the channel. It just gives back a bit. We've got some plans for the new year. Obviously we'll be doing some more stuff with Andy. We're also planning on doing a collaboration with ETA. As to where we're going yet, I do not know. We ain't decided, but I'm hoping it'll be somewhere like Wombwell where we can get all three teams together. That will be, you know, Above Paranormal, Elemental Encounters and ETA, all three of us together. So somewhere like Wombwell Woods would probably be the best type of thing for us all to go. We're also planning in the new year to do a cemetery trilogy because we've done no real investigations in cemeteries at the moment. To be honest with you, I ain't one of these people who thinks, you know, you've got to go to a cemetery to get any type of action, because personally, you know, I don't think the dead are glued to the cemetery they're buried in, but they are interesting locations for people to watch. So we've got 3 cemeteries all marked around the Rotherham and Sheffield area that we're going to do, and we'll do them as the cemetery trilogy sometime after the new year, January time hopefully. They'll be with just me and Jace, and I don't know if Andy and Becky will want to come and talk to the Fae in the churchyards. It's up to them. And ETA are always welcome to come, and anybody else in the area. But that's basically what we've been doing over the year. It's been a good year. Our subs have climbed up nicely. Viewing figures are up. So generally it's been quite a nice year for us. So that's the roundup of the channels.
Very good.
What we'll start off with then is what's gone on over the last 12 months. Without a doubt, January 2019 and onwards has got to have been the year of the demon, as far as the paranormal and YouTube was concerned. The buzzword at the start of the year was obviously demons and demon attacks and demon scratches. It was a very popular subject to cover. Still is for some people. Not a subject I'm particularly believe in because, as you all know, I don't believe in angels and demons. But it does prove to be popular with viewers because I think Hollywood hype and the media have had a lot to do with it. So, what's your opinions on the demons, Andy?
Oh, you really, really, really need to wait for my video for that one when I release it. I've been slowly working on a demon educational video.
Yay!
There's going to be a lot of non-biased info on it. I'm just going to tell it how it actually is in written, documented fact. You know, how it started, then prior to it starting, and what it's like now.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. And I'm just going to run through all the facts I can find about the old demon devil versus.
I'm just going to answer this phone call to Jason because he's just got out.
So yeah, it'll be, you know, demon, devil, Satan, all that religion versus, you know, Satanism, what they believe versus paganism. So yeah, that could be it could be an interesting educational video. It's taking a while to work on, so there's a lot of information and imagery to collect and go through and all that, and then do some voiceovers for it and stuff. But yeah, it could be good. It could be good.
Okay, let's read a couple of the bits in the channel that people have started discussing. Far too much backstabbing this year. Totally agree. But if people want to own it, that's their choice. That's all I'm saying on that matter. ETA says it's a Desmond or a Demond. Yeah. It is quite funny how many people do pronounce it wrong. Andy prefers to call them Desmonds.
I do.
Gay says now everyone keeps talking about possession. Till stupid. Oh, we'll cover that in a second, Gay. I do like a good possession.
Well, like a good possession.
Anne Reese says, don't know what the obsession is with demons. Gay says, stupid. Joanne Brown says, I have to be totally honest in that I do not believe in demons. Me either, Joanne. But I will say on that matter, I don't believe in angels either. I'm not one of these people who don't believe in one side and not the other. Happy Sophie says she loves demons. Chris Williams seems to think Noel Edmonds is a demon.
Mr. Blobby definitely was a demon.
Lindsay says she's looking forward to your Desmond's video. Possessions, Andy. Again, because I don't believe in demons, I think it's just a way of keeping your viewers happy. And as long as, you know, it's put across in that context, fair enough, people can get as possessed as they want to, as far as I'm concerned. On a personal level, I don't believe it happens. Andy?
No. I mean, I'm one of them sort of people. I'll blow myself wide open when I'm going into an investigation. You know, I'll not protect because I don't see point.
No.
You know, I believe the protection's more for what people intend on you rather than anything spiritual or you know supernatural.
Yeah.
But I blow myself wide open. I'm you know I sit there inviting it, but it's not going to happen because it just doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even if you go to actual fact of possession, and a lot of it's been explained away in recent years.
Yeah, I do think a lot of it's down to mental health.
Yeah.
I will say that, you know, it is down to your religious beliefs and personal beliefs as far as Desmonds go. Demons. We'll give them their 3 names. You know, because if you are religious, you are going to believe in demons.
Oh
Pers-
gosh, yeah.
personally, I believe that there's positive and negative energy, and I just think they are negative. I don't believe they're, orange winged, ugly little things who run around doing Satan's bidding and popping out of hell every time they feel like it. But I don't criticise anybody who believes in them if that's their personal choice, because I believe in aliens and a lot of people don't. And
Well, this is
to
it.
to me, believing in demons is no different to believing in aliens. You either believe in them or you don't. Possession wise, again, it is for me. I think it's just an entertainment magnet, but who's to say? I could be wrong. Right, let's have a look. If we hadn't TV or social media, we wouldn't have demons topics. Some believe negativity is demons, and it's far from the cause most of the time. Totally agree, Sam. I think there's no doubt that there's more things under heaven and earth than what people know. But there's no doubt there's negative as well as positive things out there. But whether you choose to believe them from the Christianity point of view, that's down to personal choice. I don't, and like I say, I don't believe in angels either, or angel visitation, or any kind of that thing. I don't doubt that some people are visited by entities, shall we call them, but I don't believe they're angels or demons. ETA, John says, I don't believe. Oh, hang on, I missed that. Yeah, I've read Sam's and I. John says, if we don't believe in demons as they are portrayed in films, but I do believe in negative energies. Exactly the same, John. I am exactly the same. And there is a possibility that these negative entities can some way interact with us and cause us to do strange things, but I don't believe they're doing it for the benefit of Satan. And I certainly don't believe they're happening as often as YouTubers would have you believe. Put it that way. If you look across the entire, if you looked at every single um, paranormal YouTube channel, and I'm talking everyone in the world now, and you totted up the amount of so-called demon attacks and demon possessions over the last 12 months, you'd find that demons need to be declassified as paranormal and into the normal, because you'd
To,
find
to,
there'd be
to be
that many of
honest,
them.
I think a lot of the, if there were kosher attacks and stuff, and
Yeah.
especially in paranormal YouTube communities and stuff, I think church would be getting involved.
Mhm.
They'd be
That.
like, look, you need to calm down doing this sort of stuff because
Yep. Yep.
there's something going on.
Yep.
They
Big.
just step straight in.
Yep. And if you actually look at the figures from the Vatican, who are supposed to be the authority on demonic possession, you'll be surprised how many or the lack of exorcisms the Catholic Church actually carries out. Even the Catholic Church itself, is highly skeptical of 98% of reported exorcisms, and
Yeah.
that's the church itself. So there you go. But like I say, I personally do believe that you can be attacked by negative energies, but I don't believe that they're the Christian related form of demons or anything like that. And I don't believe they're going to sit around houses or abandoned buildings growling at you before they attack you. It's just too Hollywood for my liking. It may be happening, but never encountered it myself. It's one of them things that seeing would be believing for me, I'm afraid. Anne says, I know a few people who are demons, Lala. We all do. We've all got our demons, Anne. Um, Gillian says, I went to convent school, but I don't believe the shite they brainwashed me with. My dad is exactly the same as you, Gillian. My granddad was a strict Catholic, and my dad was brought up in a very strict Catholic environment. And my dad likes to refer to religion as the biggest load of bollocks ever. So there you go. It's just the way it is. We've got a few hellos. Hi, Maureen. Didn't see you'd come in. Um, I don't know if I've turned the gambling on for you or not, Maureen. You'll have to hang on. Let me just check. I'll turn it on and off just to make sure you can Get your weekly gambling fix. For those who don't know, who don't come in regular, my Friday night stream is like bingo night for Maureen.
It's amazing.
Yep. Right, Maureen, it should all be working for you now. If it weren't before, you can do your heists and stuff now. Gillian's put Joanne's put Gillian. I respect everyone's beliefs, and even if I do not share the same views on a subject, I know that we are all different. I would never be rude to anyone. Exactly, Joanne. You know, it's like I always say on here. Whatever I say on here is my personal opinion, and you know, it ain't necessarily right because nobody knows anything in the paranormal is right or wrong at the moment. All we're doing is guessing and, you know, coming to conclusions on things we've witnessed for ourselves. I happy.
Again, there is a few marvelous self-appointed people that do.
Oh well, yeah, you'll get them in any field, Andy. But you know,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have got the sense to weed them out after a while. Lindsay,
The marvelous one.
marvelous ones. I think anybody who sets themselves up as an expert is setting themselves up for a fall.
You know, because of myself with thing out. You know, there's people out there with a lot of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, knowledge is one thing. It is a form of, you know, power in the subject that you're doing. But
Yep.
to be a through and through expert, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And
easy,
I
all
will
seems a
say,
bit-
Andy has said to me more than once, if you know, someone could come up tomorrow that totally changes his his belief and views in the Fae, and with spirits and stuff like that. Well, you know, if he gets a definite piece of knowledge that's irrefutable, you know, his beliefs ain't set in stone, and neither are mine. Like I say, I don't believe in demons. If one popped up in my living room now and started growling at me, I'd openly admit that I believed in them. Lindsay's put, I believe we live in hell with the things that go on in this world. Oh, Christ, Lindsay, this is a cheerful belief in the world, but then we create our own heaven. Oh, that's nice, Lindsay. Has anybody else put anything else on that bit? No, it's just people. Okay, right. So, demons were the first big buzzword of the year. We'll move on to the second one, and the one I think that's a lot more controversial than Desmond's. And that will be the dibbuk box.
Oh no.
Andy?
Oh no. I've got a few. You've seen all my collection.
And he's not joking, he has.
They've got herbs and crystals in and weird like, little stones that we find. Now, we're actually having this discussion with John and Lindsay from ETA on the way to location today.
Right.
And what we all kind of finalised on, if a through and through Jewish dibbuk box that an actual rabbi's performed on,
Yeah.
and their belief systems in what they were doing, then fair enough, you know, and we wouldn't knock that.
Yeah.
But then when you get into the realms of eBay,
Yeah.
you know, I think we need to understand that, you know, it's so see-through. It's as clear as a perfectly clean piece of glass that it's a load of shite.
Yeah. And, you know, once we've done the buzzwords, we will move on to eBay, because I think eBay's the green-eyed monster where the paranormal's concerned, especially in the realms of things like trigger objects and haunted objects and that kind of stuff, because the nature of the paranormal itself leaves it open to be exploited on a commercial sense. Personally, again, I believe it's a belief system. If you're a practicing Jewish person and you know it's what you believe in, then it's your beliefs. I don't even believe that the box that Zach Bagans was in possession of was a genuine dibbuk box. The story behind it's quite weird. The guy claimed he bought it from a garage sale, had all sorts of weird and wonderful things happen. Then I believe he buried it and encased it in cement and then decided, oh, Zach Bagans would like it, so dug it back up and I presume cracked it out of its cement shell and gave it to Zach Bagans, and then all and sundry was let loose. I can't see personally, if demons did exist or negative entities, how you would keep them inside a wooden box. Not with a little bit of Jewish scribbling and a piece of paper. I think you'd need a hell of a lot more stuff than that to keep any kind of energy force contained. It goes into the realms of Hollywood magic for me again. But again, like I say, my personal opinion, there are people out there who genuinely believe that, they're the real deal. I do find it funny when people open them, close them, then open them again, close them, open them again. If you go into dibbuk boxes, you actually need a rabbi to stick that dibbuk in the box in the first place. So these people who repeatedly open dibbuk boxes and claim that they bring them bad luck are talking out their bottoms, unless they've actually had a rabbi stuff that dibbuk back into the box. The ones on eBay, they're basically cheap tat that people are making a fast buck out of. So,
And right, with my sort of experience in past with prop production, right, I could make some absolute stellar ones, like really convincible ones, and never been interested in even going down that route, because it is a form of fakery.
Yep. For somebody who wanted to get really creative, you could stick little compressor in there that blew wind out as you open the door, and all sorts of things to make them look convincing. The thing is, if you speak to even rabbis nowadays, the vast majority of modern rabbis aren't even aware of dibbuk boxes or how they work, or even the rituals needed to stuff a dibbuk into a box in the first place. That's how rare they are.
1 second, Sam said she can come on without camera if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Cool.
Hang on, I'll try and ring her then and see if I can get her into the chat.
Okie dokie.
Now I've got to work out how I do this. Right. Right, Sam, I'm ringing. Let me know if you come on. Or it should be ringing you anyway. Are you there, Sam? Sam?
Hello.
Hi, Sam. Got you. Hang on. We're going to have to swap screens. Oh my God, Sam, you've grew. Hang on. Let me move you so you fit into your screen. There you go, Sam. I don't know if everybody can hear Sam. Please tell me you can.
1, 2.
I can hear you, Sam, and I presume Andy can hear you. It's just whether everybody else can hear you. Can somebody confirm that they can actually hear Sam? Looks Andy, I'd even changed it on this screen as well.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, we can hear you, Sam. We've just waited to see if everybody else can.
Thank you very much, Brad.
You're welcome. Just say somewhere else, Sam, and I'll tell you if your sound's coming through, okay?
Becky's nodding. She says, can you hear fine?
Right, okay. That's brilliant then.
Yeah.
Right, Sam, dibbuk boxes. What's your opinion on them?
I have one here at home, and it belonged to somebody else who didn't believe in dibbuk boxes, and they took off all the wax and they put certain substances in there.
Right.
And he said it was a great box, and he gave up that certain substance.
You mean he was putting weed in there, Sam? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, he was on the wax back. Yeah.
So is Dibbuk box made a very good store for cannabis, basically?
Yeah. Um, you mentioned there about the eBay thing.
Yeah.
It's. I have some eBay dolls.
Right.
I don't have these other Debunking boxes,
Mhm.
but as far as I'm concerned, I'll, it's a very dodgy field, to be honest with you. You have to take somebody else's word for it that
Yeah.
this object, we'll just say it's a solid object, attracts or possesses energy. I don't believe that the energy is contained within that object, but is attracted to it.
Yeah.
But we are to buy an object off sites like eBay. There is people on eBay, and that is what they do all the time. You go into their profile page on eBay, they have loads of haunted dolls for sale.
So that's basically all they're selling is haunted objects.
Yes, some of these are very, very good story writers to attach a story to
Yeah.
these so-called items. I'm not saying every one of them is some of them may cause some problems or whatever.
Mhm.
When I bought the Ireland bridal doll, which is similar to the one that Lee Steer has, I bought it as a prop.
Yeah.
But there was in the description, she put in the woman put in capital letters, "This doll is not haunted," and on I questioned her on why did she need to state that,
Yeah.
and she says, "I don't know. I just need to tell you that it's not haunted. I don't want to talk about it anymore." But the minute the package arrived at my friend's house, everybody started getting headaches.
Right.
So I left the doll in the car. Next day I took it up. I started getting a headache,
Mhm.
and I brought it back down to the car. Brought it back up. Got a headache again. But it's like everything else in the paranormal. I cannot put it down to a paranormal experience
Right.
because I'm at the computer now, and that doll is about a foot away from me, and nothing has happened since.
Right. If you
So
if you suddenly hear gurgling, folks, the doll's changed her mind and got a revenge on Sam. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Um, Yeah, I mean, like when I actually started to look into this phenomenon,
Yeah.
so I have weird stuff in my house now. They're not overly creepy or anything like that. They're just normal dolls or whatever. Um, and I looked up on what John Zappas was doing as well, and very often, people think that all these things come from eBay, but originally some of these items had come from charity shops and car boot sales and foreclosure sales, and it was most often women who tend to lift up an item and buy it because it felt funny, it felt strange,
Right.
you know. And this is the phenomenon that I, work on in the background.
Mhm.
It's an extremely difficult thing, and I'm not going to go and start making videos until I can prove or disprove that this phenomenon takes place. The only thing is when you take items and you buy loads of these items,
Yeah.
you end up with a muddle because you do not, if activity starts in your house, which it has, it goes on and off. Had a couple of months where I've had nothing, but I can't pin it down to any one item.
Yeah.
Or did energy come from a nearby location
See,
where
see, Sam. You know my opinion on haunted dolls. You know my opinion on dolls in general. They are not coming in my house, simple as haunted or not. So
yeah.
I ain't actually looked into them. So are you saying there's actually people on eBay who specialise in selling nothing but these haunted dolls?
Yes, and it's a profitable business actually because you can pick up a porcelain doll in a charity shop for anything from £1 to £5,
Mm-hmm.
and you construct a story around that, and you can send it out, and you can ask for anything from $30 to $70 or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's. But I'm not discrediting. I'm not saying that haunted dolls do not exist. You know, we have these investigators that have their haunted doll and very respectful to that. And that's one of the things that I really wanted to look into. And I talked to some of these people, you know, they're not all like J Station
Yeah.
and, you know, the doll is running around the house and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't expect any of the items in my house to move,
Yeah.
do you know? You know, to me at the moment my mind is on trigger objects. They're
Yeah.
like trigger objects.
Yeah.
If
See,
it's a possibility, but
I would be more inclined to believe of somebody off eBay if they'd got, say, $1 on there in like 500 items. You know, and that they'd got this doll that they wanted to get rid of because they felt it was haunted. You know, I think if I went to an account and everything they sold was an haunted doll, I'd be a bit more dubious. I ain't saying you can't get something that's haunted off eBay, but I think you do have to pick your sellers very carefully, very
yeah,
carefully.
you know, yeah, I've been looking into the history too of the famous haunted dolls, and strangely enough, some of these famous cases, we have a history, but we don't have a present, and that's where I have a little bit of an issue with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when you have cases like Robert the Doll and Annabelle the Doll and some of these other dolls? We hear about the history, but we don't hear about the present,
Yeah.
or we don't hear what happened last week.
See, I believe, I think personally that, you know, with any type of haunted, and you know, you hear of haunted clocks and haunted all sorts. I actually wonder if it's some kind of variant on stone tape theory. You know, there's something that's been imprinted rather than something actually haunting. You know, I wonder if they're acting more as a transmitter than an actual, you know, than the actual thing being possessed, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, like I've had light anomalies go into some of these dolls.
Yeah.
You know, and we still don't know what light anomalies are.
Yeah.
We believe that there is some sort of energy.
Yeah.
But you know, it's not. You know, you see people on YouTube. They want to make a video. They put the doll out on the table. They put the AK2 and stuff there.
Yeah.
It takes months and months. It's really tedious.
Right.
And that's why there's you know, I have no updates on haunted items at the moment because it is a completely different thing to making videos on YouTube. It's you're talking about putting cameras in your house overnight while you're in the house, while you're not in the house. You know, all kinds of different scenarios, and having them cameras running for a very, very long time. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not going to, like everything else in the paranormal, you're not going to have a performance just because you want to make a video,
Yeah.
you know. And it's the same with the paranormal in general, you know. You know, you go into a location and we've gone into Cumber House, we've had a whole night of investigation. We did have evidence. It was very, very little. It was subtle, but still things started kicking off when we were packing up our stuff to put them out in the car.
Yeah.
And that's not the first time that's happened. So it's the same thing with haunted items. You know, it's not going to perform for you because you put it on a table and put some electrical equipment around it to measure EMF fields. But I have had cases where I was called to a shop to remove items, and one of the staff members says there was two twin dolls, a boy and a girl.
Yeah.
And she pointed to the girl and she says, "That's the one that's causing the atmosphere to change in here. Ever since those dolls came in here, I think it's that one." And I held up the doll and put her up closer and I said, what do you feel when I hold this doll up to you? And she says, oh, I'm creeped out and all the rest of it. And I put it down to the fear of dolls, which a lot of people have. So I
Yeah,
removed the
me
doll.
included.
Yeah, I removed the doll so everybody can get on and, eliminate their fear and that. Thing was, I brought it home and I done a quick EMF test.
Yeah.
The boy doll read nothing, but the girl doll read over 5 milligauss on the milligauss scale.
Oh, that's interesting.
And a plastic doll shouldn't have that energy contained in it. Now, I thought it was static, so I grounded it by holding it.
Yeah.
And me holding it and having my feet on the ground, the static should run through.
Yeah.
But it did stay at 5 milligauss for about 5 minutes and then disappear.
Yeah.
So I don't know how the energy is contained sometimes in these items, because people do hold EMF detectors to these, and they do get readings,
Yeah.
and they will bring it on to the next doll and have nothing, So it'll take a lot of work and a lot of research behind the scenes. I'm not going to be making regular videos on it, but I just wanted to explore that side of it on the quiet,
Yeah. What's your opinion on them, Andy?
I always, obviously, I've just sat and listened to Sam's, and obviously it's kind of often my viewpoint a little bit, about like sort of, doing it for a long time, and it's not what most people think, and, I see that's quite a serious sort of take on it, so a lot of people don't come across as serious with it. That's another thing, but I always assumed, when Sam brought up like Robert the Doll and all the big famous ones, and Annabelle and stuff like that.
I really don't like Robert.
Yeah, I always assumed it was something at the time that took an interest in the doll, wherever it happened. That's how I'd come at it from my viewpoint.
Yeah.
And like Sam said, you don't hear about the present, you don't hear about what's going on now, because I would say 95% of the time there's probably isn't going on with him.
Yeah.
And I think this is where it comes to modern day stuff like we are sort of Ren bears.
Yeah.
It kind of ties into that for me, like we're trying to make things more friendly to play with.
Yeah.
Via these entities, because like I've had that much happen over the last 3 years with my personal Ren bear. Could I not advertise that as an haunted bear if I so believe so?
Yes.
Because it's that much energy put onto it, sure there's some kind of... I mean, I know, the entity we call Tommy is quite attached to that bear. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't necessarily really go with it if I was to sell it, if you know what I mean. It's a strange old... There's a lot of theories around it all, isn't there?
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's definitely interesting.
It was interesting you mentioned the Ren bear, because I bought a static bear of Paranormal Investigators, who brought that. It was a static bear, it's not a Ren bear, it's a static bear, and they brought this bear into a children's hospital, an abandoned children's hospital, and they told me that ever since they brought that bear into that hospital, they couldn't use it, and they kept getting, they kept having activity in their house, and they associated that with a possible attachment to this bear.
Yeah.
And I done some tests, I done some spur box around it, and I keep getting the name Tim.
Okay.
Right.
And I have had stuff thrown around the house, and it got so common that I just turn around and I sort of automatically blame Tim, and I say, Tim, cut it out, go play with the blocks, or go play with the dog, or something, And in normal circumstances, people would be freaking out. I mean, like there was an object thrown at me on camera. Do you know? But
Yeah.
can I fully associate it with the standing bear? I do not know. Do you know?
Yeah. Unless you actually see the bear lobbing it itself.
Yeah.
You know, see, I've got no problem with, you know, objects having an attachment to them. I don't think it's to the extent of Chucky where they have a life sort of thing and they can get up and, you know, or they're deliberately malicious sort of thing. I do believe that, you know, whatever energies are out there can actually use any object as a focus. But I don't believe the doll itself is actually haunted by anything. I think it's just being used as a focus for something. And again, my personal belief.
Yeah. I think on a social media aspect of it, a lot of people want to have a famous haunted doll.
Yeah, not me.
And they're you know, just like I have a replica of the haunted UK bridal doll. It just turned out that this one was haunted as well. But there is another one in America and stuff like that. But, you know, if I wanted to boost my views and I could make a big deal out of this doll, but, you know, I don't really want to. I want to work with it on a scientific level, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
And I think that's a good standpoint to come from.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
You know, I think it would be good to do a study of that over like 12 months, Sam. Do it in private and then do a big video at the end of the year showing all the results you've got with that doll. Because then, you know, it adds a lot more weight to the evidence. You know, because I don't think you can sit a doll down for half hour in front of a camera and get any real definitive results out of it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, unless it was Chucky himself. Because, you know, he's the only sort of doll who would be actually that interactive in the space of half an hour.
Yeah. When you take into account, you know, Lee Steer bought this doll, this bridal doll for over £800. Now, you know, there's
Was this the one that was on morning TV that was apparently scratching everybody?
That's right, yes.
Right, okay.
It works on two levels. He's got a haunted doll that was on the television.
Mm-hmm.
And he has something to advertise his haunted place.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's got this famous haunted doll that he associates now with this haunted place or this place where he has his collectibles, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there is two aspects to it. You know, people do want to have, you know, some people do want to have a famous haunted doll, and you know, other people, you know, you have these investigators, and they do respect. They have a doll, and they say it's got attachments and that, and they're very respectful for that. And that's the thing that intrigued me, and they didn't make a massive deal about it.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, but for me personally, I think the doll is a focus rather than an haunted object. You know,
Yeah.
it may be that a child's died and their bear's still around and they use that as a focus to come through to communicate or somewhere along them lines. You know, I don't think the actual teddy bear itself is actually in possession of that child's spirit. I think they just use it as some kind of focal point. Whatever it be.
Yeah, well, if there's any activity, it's not the solid object that's causing
Yeah.
it. It's the energy that's
being channeled through it. Yeah.
In theory,
Yeah.
you know, and there's nothing proved here.
Okay.
So we can go on theories and that, you know.
Yeah. Right, we'll go on to the final buzzword of the year, and this will conclude our buzzword section. Poltergeists.
I was thinking about it. I didn't realize that.
Right. I'm going to stop laughing now, thanks, Sam.
See, I can think out loud when I think there's nobody here except the dog.
Joanne says, I think some people watch too much Five Nights at Freddy's, lol. Right, my opinion, I'll do my opinion on Poltergeist first. As a lot of you know, I personally experienced a poltergeist as a child. It went on for about 6 to 8 months. Wasn't the most pleasant experience I've ever had, but it was what actually got me into the paranormal. In terms of a lot of these videos that have been coming out all across the paranormal community, I do have my doubts that whatever's happening is poltergeist related, because anybody who does any serious investigation into poltergeists will tell you that poltergeists concentrate on a particular person. There's also the belief that that particular person in some way helps the poltergeist to manifest. Now, this was certainly true of me because nobody else in my house actually experienced the poltergeist firsthand, or nobody I know of. I have a suspicion my dad may have experienced something in the bedroom where it all happened, but, you know, I think that was a one-off thing. They do tend to focus on one person. I don't believe poltergeists hang around a house unless that person is actually within the environment. I ain't saying that there ain't something there that's throwing things around and stuff, but for me, the personal experience I've had with a poltergeist and all the subsequent research I've done over the last 30 years on them does point to the fact that they specifically target one person. So all these things where people are claiming they're being attacked and scratched and whatever, I just, from a personal point of view, I just find them dubious, because I do think you actually need the person there who is helping this poltergeist to manifest. Andy?
Hello.
Your opinion? I'm leaving Sam still last so I can brew on her F word.
My opinion on what?
Poltergeists.
Do you really want to know?
Yeah?
Tread carefully.
No, I want your honest opinion on poltergeists. If you don't believe in them, you don't believe in them.
I believe in the original version
Right.
before it got modernised
Mm-hmm.
to religion.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, and anybody can go and look this up. This is not me just saying this. Yeah, it is widely documented knowledge
Yeah.
that the original term was poltergeist.
Right.
And it was a noisy fairy that likes to go poltering in people's houses,
Mm-hmm.
which originated in Germany. And then obviously, as things become more, we can't be, believing in that sort of stuff anymore, because it's naughtier than our demons, when he changes to poltergeist.
Right.
Yeah, it's all there, it's all written about. Now, there's a lot of similarities, and if you do go into it, the focusing on the one person thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like what you said about that, because that is very much one of the common activities around these things. And hey, Matt, Finders Keepers.
Hi, Matt.
Yeah, so you've got, the thing when the really they do target a person. They'll become connected to one person.
Well, that was very much my personal experience. He focused on me.
Yeah. I mean, I had a couple growing up in certain houses as well. I've come to the conclusion where it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Trying different methods to get attention. That's my belief, and I believe that in modern day, right, there's nothing saying that there's only a poltergeist that can move an object. If we go down the human spirit form of things,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I believe an intelligent, if you are to be human and you were intelligent, then you probably got the capability to move an object.
Yeah.
But the poltergeist thing, a lot of people do believe as well that it's manifested from emotion.
Right.
From, as a child starting to move into puberty, it's releasing these emotions that are manifesting.
Yeah.
Now, that is a very similar thing to how witches work with a certain...
Yes.
A certain element, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
that can manifest a semi-sentient being.
Yeah.
But, like you say, it tends to fizzle out at some point as well. Is that down to the switch over, coming into adulthood, as innocent? Is it down to the age? Is it something age-related? Is it down to things just trying to say, I'm here, and then I've got your attention, and now I'm going to leave you alone? We don't know. But I think a lot of things, people are pulling it in all into one category rather than looking at issues separately. What's going on with the things that they're trying to connect with it,
Yeah.
Just labeling everything as poltergeist, it might not be, But that's my thoughts on it anyway.
Right. So pretty similar to mine.
Yeah.
See, I always disagree. Because I actually saw my poltergeist towards the end, and people always laugh at me because I described him as Dracula, but without the fangs. He'd got like greased back hair and stuff like that, and he looked like Dracula without the fangs. But that's how I've always. He weren't a vampire, but he certainly looked like the Christopher Lee type Dracula with the greased back hair and stuff like that. It was creepy, and he lunged at me, and that is always the memory that has always stuck with me is that day he lunged at me from off the ceiling. Weird one. Come on then, Sam.
Poltergeist is very much associated with one of the cases we had this year that made me learn an awful lot about the paranormal.
Right.
We the people that own this house and live in this house have had things thrown around, and the one of the things that happened, I think a week before we went in the first time, was a table with a television on top. Now, I examined the table and the television and the way it was set up and that, and it was not top heavy, it was evenly balanced. So, these kind of phenomenons, they do happen. When we look at it on a YouTube perspective, you have these people using this word because it actually is trending at this time.
Yeah.
And I get it. Some of these channels, their YouTube channel is important to them.
Yeah.
This is the only way. The only problem is, the other side of it is, a scientist is not going to look at this and say, well, this is something we could work with when you have these kind of titles. Now, I understand on a YouTube level why people do this.
Yeah.
But what I understand of a poltergeist is a noise-making ghost.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly a spirit that throws stuff around the place.
Yeah. See, I believe it's not only poltergeists who can move stuff. But I think people are too quick to ban the actual word poltergeist around rather than find out what it actually is.
Yeah. I'm not saying that these other channels are claiming that there's poltergeists or anything like that, but they do use the word. And I do know a little bit about YouTube, that some of these words are used to get out there on YouTube. I don't fully understand how you get out there on YouTube, but there's certain words that trend at the time, and that's how they use it. And I actually used it at one stage, and it worked.
Yeah.
When I put in my tags, there's no poltergeists here. But the very fact that I used the word poltergeist meant that, just like you do a reaction video on a famous person and put their name in the title, like Mo Sargi, I got loads of views for that.
Yeah.
That went over the thousands, because I used the name. But collectively, at this moment in time, the word poltergeist, and I do get these other people that they want to get people in and they want them to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But the image is there that the paranormal is 100% scary, which it isn't.
No, it's
I'm sorry.
it's 98% boring.
Yeah.
If you do an investigation, you know that the paranormal is 98% boring. Would you agree with that, Andy?
Depends what perspective you're coming from.
As in what goes on?
Yeah, it depends what perspective you're coming from. Never boring with fair.
Yeah, but you ain't getting stuff like
Yeah.
one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other constantly, are you? You do have to work at it.
A little bit. Not as hard when you're as doing what we do.
But you tend to go along the conversation-y route anyway, don't you, with your communication? But if people actually go ghost hunting, you'll find that 98% of the time nothing happens, and a lot of the time, 100% of the time, nothing happens. I think that there is a bit of a disjoint with Joe Public of what they perceive happens on an investigation to what does actually happen on an investigation. Would you agree with that, Sam?
Yeah. And very often, like, if we didn't have YouTube, if we didn't have TV or anything like that, we wouldn't have to put a face on this that attracts people that are looking for scary content.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I do believe that Hollywood and media in general has got a lot to answer for when it comes to the paranormal, not just in the terms of ghosts, in all paranormal subjects.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me just read some of these comments here, because some of them were quite interesting. I was watching them as they scrolled up. Gay said we have short shadow figures of some sort here. Yeah, see, I think shadow figures are a different thing to poltergeist. But again, they're another one that's been popular this year. We'll discuss shadow people next, because that'll be one of Andy's favourites. Joanne says, Nikki, I've had a glass coffee table smash in front of me for no reason at all. I was grabbed, prodded, and genuinely, oh, lucky girl, and genuinely life was a misery. Gay says, music coming on when nothing is plugged in. That's quite creepy, Gay. Gillian said that's happened to her as well. Then shadows that manifest themselves. Nikki wanted to know how it stopped. Maureen says her friend's bed moved across the floor and jammed the bedroom door shut. I think that was a poltergeist. I actually had something very similar with my experience to that, Maureen, but it was a cupboard, not a bed. Gay says, Gillian, when it manifested, you must have been really scared. Well, if it was anything like my experience, I wasn't actually scared at the time because it happened that quick. It was more shock and disbelief than fright. It was over and done with before I had a chance to be scared. I don't know what Gillian's reaction was. Joanne, Gay, my mother's kettle used to boil when it wasn't plugged in. It was freaky and lights would turn on and off. I never saw anything of what it was, just the activity. See, that's the sort of thing you want, and if you could get that recorded, it's stuff like that is brilliant. The priest that came and cleansed the house, and it stopped after the priest did it. Okay, the priest's name was Father Curtains. I suppose that's one. I suppose that's one to remember. He stopped anything else hanging in the house. Nikki says they use the word poltergeist because people like me into paranormal will just click on to see what they think's gonna be poltergeist activity. Yeah, that's it, Nikki. You know, I've got no problems with it being used as an entertainment term, but you know, I do think people need to research more exactly what's going on, because if you do look into poltergeists from either, you know, the modern traditional sense, or from Andy's, they do tend to centre around a person rather than a place. Gay Joanne, I just say the fairies are there again. My husband rolled his eyes and ignores it all. My daughter doesn't know what to think. My son hasn't experienced any of it. See, that's one of that's the worst thing, when your family don't experience it. Because this was the problem I had as a kid. Nobody in my family was seeing what was going on, because it was all happening when I was in the room on my own, or when I was in bed on a night. That was when it would all kick off. Anybody else put anything interesting? I heard Joker's put, I heard a sound like everything on the draining board had fell off. Went in the kitchen to look and nothing was out of place. Oh, I've had that here, Joker, where it sounds like the glasses have fell off the thing and there's nothing been on the floor. And that's pretty much the comments on Poltergeist. See, Sam, not as bad as you thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Apart from the fuck.
Sorry about that.
No, it's not. It was funny.
No monetization for you tonight.
Gay says we don't say poltergeist, we say another realm. Yeah, well, who's to say? You know, if Andy's theory is correct, they are coming from another realm. The whole row of houses experience something. See, for me, Gillian, that is what happens here, because I live in a block of 7 houses that are separate to everywhere else. There's 7 little miners' houses all joined together. And there is something going on in all these houses which is quite similar. You know, but to me, I think that's more of some kind of haunting, for want of a better word, type thing, rather than a poltergeist doing it. It's mainly me and my daughter that see and hear things. My cat has tracked something around my room, and there were no bugs of any sort in there. Yeah, one of my dogs, Kaya, likes to sit at the bottom of the stairs and stare up at the stairs, tempting. Does Cujo ever react with anything you get, Andy?
Yeah, he was sat next to me over there in a cuddle when you were tracking someone up at, you know, where Becky sits, up in the corner room over there, or tracking someone over there.
Oh, right. Do you think he's ever seen Stuart and Tommy and everybody?
Yeah, I mean, there's that classic story, I tell it a few times, where he rolled his ball over to, you know, where we sit round there for talking to Tommy. Because he's got his designated his own corner house. Cujo fetched his ball in one day, and he dropped it on the floor and nose rolled it over to the corner.
Yeah.
And stood and waited for it to come back. Now, I wish he had done.
Yeah.
But he didn't, unfortunately.
See, but that in itself tells you that the dog could see something that he was expecting to roll the ball back.
Yeah,
you know, because dogs don't tend to roll the ball and then just sit there staring at nothing to roll it back.
Exactly, yeah.
You know,
really
that's quite interesting behaviour. Again, we said the fairies were there when the cat tracked whatever it was. The fairies are getting blamed for a lot in your house, Gay. You want to be careful. You start blaming them, they might start doing things to get their own back on you. Stephen says his cat watches something he can't see. Yeah, cats seem to be particularly sensitive to stuff like that. It's amazing how many people report the cats tracking things.
It's something to do with their eyes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Change their eye shape and...
Yeah.
You know, with being natural predators or what's moving fast, apparently they can slow it down, can't they? In the vision?
Yeah, and plus they've got the inner eyelid and stuff like that, so you don't know what sort of filter that's applying and stuff. It would be interesting if a lot more people started using ultraviolet cameras rather than infrared ones to see what was picked up.
Because, the only issue we've got with that is that it don't work at night, does it?
No.
It goes into the bog standard IR at night,
Yeah.
So it's to me a lot more daytime stuff, which I'm good with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm really good with.
Yeah, it would be good for doing a lot of daylight photography with an ultraviolet camera and see what's picked
Yeah.
up. Joanne says, I believe that animals have a sixth sense and know when spirits are near, particularly cats. It's amazing how many people do report it with cats, but I'll find it with one of my dogs. Like I say, Kaya does it all the time. Coco ain't in the slightest bit bothered. She just tends to get frightened and comes and sits by you, but Kaya's a lot more nosy and likes to run to the bottom of the stairs and stare up the stairs at something, but I just ignore her now. I've got used to it. Okay, maybe that's why the books went flying off my bookshelf a week before you. Might have been gay if you were blaming everything on the fairies. Ultraviolet cats, lol. Don't get me
Yeah,
started on Carol CW. I don't know who Carol CW is. What are you going to say, Sam?
I have these aura glasses, and they see in a kind of a blue filter, like.
Right.
And it's very interesting when you put the camera up against the lens and that, And then you've got some of these cameras. I have a Sony here, and you have different kinds of visual settings, and one of those settings is partial color,
Yeah.
which most of it comes out in black and white. But I tried it today, and you know them, expensive company. It's French. Cassouche or whatever we call it, those ones that make the orange saucepans and stuff.
God knows. I'll
Yeah,
leave all the cooking to Jace.
yeah. I have these bright orange saucepans, and I have Mr. Mustard or whatever it is, and it's bright orange. Everything else was black and white except for those bright orange items.
And they were still showing as orange.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
So that's interesting. I had that camera nearly 2 years and I didn't know that setting was in it.
All right.
You know, so it might be interesting to kind of look around with that. But I think, you know, because we are basically we're digging a foundation of a house with a spoon with the stuff that we have,
Oh yeah.
technology wise.
Yeah.
It's overall it's pretty crap, but it's all we got.
Yeah.
We can't. We don't have the technology that we can interact and have full conversations and full visuals. We're not. We're only a couple of percent there with the items that we have.
Yeah.
You know.
See, the thing is, unless we can in some way ever, generate interest from mainstream science, we're never going to get those type of developments in equipment.
We have
Because
to hold them hostage.
yeah, because there's so much out there that could be applied to the paranormal that could be used, but because mainstream science just see us as a bunch of jokers, it's never going to happen. It is never going to happen unless we find some way of convincing mainstream science that this is an area worthy of study.
Yeah, I mean, like we are, in a general sense, way up in technology. I mean, like, you can get a fridge that can order you food.
Yep.
And we are basically messing around with the same technology in the paranormal to try and prove or disprove the paranormal, but it hasn't advanced very much, to be honest. We're
Yeah.
still using the same methods as Frank Sumption when he discovered the hack with the hack frequencies and stuff. We're still using that. We're not anyway advanced more than that at this moment in time.
Yep.
And that was 2004, 2005.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like Gay's living in a very active house at the moment. You should start videoing it all, Gay. You want to get some cameras around your house and stuff like that. Because I think you might capture some interesting stuff. What do you want to cover for the next subject then? One of you pair can pick it. Anything you want to discuss, Sam or Andy?
We're going to talk about shadow figures next.
Oh
right?
yes, shadow figures. We can do shadow
Alright.
figures. Right. What's your opinion on shadow figures, Andy? Oh,
Mine.
Coco likes shadow
Um,
figures apparently.
You see, again, it all depends on your perspective and where you're coming from, but I can't get on board with, obviously in my opinion,
Yeah.
we're going to say that all the time now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Just so people know. But I can't get on board with that they are, I don't know, so I'm hearing all sorts of theories, like that they're somewhat of their own, but the you know, they're very much alive. There could be someone from a different dimension coming
Yeah.
through, and you know, and then you've got people that think it's just a ghost,
Yeah.
you know, in general, but it's just a dark perception of it, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
You've got people like, you know, me and then researchers into Fae that said, you know, because the majority of Fae come through as a dark figure, regardless of size,
Yeah.
when you first start connecting with them,
Mhm.
you know. It's just, I don't know, it's a bit of an odd phenomenon. You see, like, my friend told me his story at a scene one, and again, I come back to this up, but
Yeah.
99% of stories I've heard that I could say, yeah, that's true, or what I've experienced is they're always flat against the wall.
Yeah.
Like they are true shadows.
See, that's what I've experienced here. We've had 3 shadow things here. Jace has seen a dog twice, and I saw that 7-foot tall thing at the top of the landing. But Jace's dogs were actually shadows on the floor of a dog, and the one I saw was on the landing wall. I've never seen like a mass as such.
Yeah. They always seem to be. See, this was really creepy, but in a house that we used to have a lot of activity in, I was once talking to my mum at the front door, and we had like one of them under-stair toilets, you know, a really old house.
Yeah.
And all staircase section like all gloss white colour.
Mhm.
And I'm talking away to my mum, and her shadow were on door, and she shut door and left. Then I turned, and her shadow was still stood there.
Yeah.
And then it continued to move all the way down the staircase, and you know, as like the taper of the staircase got thinner,
Yeah.
then its head cut away, but the body continued, and it just glided off to edge, and then just vanished. And I always thought, I followed it down hallway, watching it. But it was my mum's shadow.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Very
See
bizarre.
that's odd, because a lot of people actually report them as an actual 3D mass, don't they? But the ones we've had here have been proper shadows. You know, they've been flat 2-dimensional, either on the floor or on the walls. I've never, you know, Jace never saw a black dog as such. It was just the shadow of the dog on the floor with the pointed ears and stuff. And that one I saw at the top of the stairs was a shadow on the actual wall. It wasn't, you know, a 3-dimensional mass. Sam, what's your opinion on them?
With a case that I was involved with recently, I did see a picture of a very, very tall shadow figure.
Yeah.
Now, shadow figures in general, people are terrified of them, but the actual fact is, all you have is a shadow. You do not have any other information other than that.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes these shadows are very big. But you know, the occupier of the house was pretty terrified, and they had no reason to lie, because that house does have activity, a lot of activity. So she had no reason to make this up. I did see the picture, and it looked like larger than a human person. But you know,
And what was it, a 3D or a 2D one?
It was more a sort of a 2D up against the wall kind of thing.
Yeah. That's what we've seen here.
Yeah, I've had problems here, and it's puzzled me because it happened in my old apartment where a black mass was travelling around the apartment. And when I moved here, a couple of months in, this is a brand new apartment, the doorbells started ringing in the middle of the night on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And I looked out through the little peephole, and as I looked out, the doorbell rang again. But on the other side of the hallway, there was a black floating mass. Now, it wasn't a shadow figure as such, but a black mass.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since, I did get in an electrician, and it was before I done a paranormal investigating, and the electrician says, well, if you're having your doorbell rang and there's nobody out the other side of the door, you need a paranormal investigator, not an electrician.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I turned the doorbell off. If anybody wants attention, they can knock.
Mm-hmm.
Because that freaked me out. Because I looked out through the people and there was nothing there, and the door rang again.
Yeah.
You know, but I did see this black mass. Now I don't know if you can call that a shadow figure or not.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are terrified of shadow figures. But the total fact is, you have this figure.
Yeah.
But there is not an awful lot of information. It would freak me out as well because if there's no probable cause, no logical explanation for it, it would freak me out as well.
Mm-hmm.
You
See,
know?
the only mass I've ever seen here that was black happened about a month and a half ago, and I was actually talking to Andy at the time, and I saw a white light in here, and it zipped past the camera. Andy saw it, and it shot out the door, and then 5 seconds later it came back in as what to me looked like a ball of black smoke. It didn't look like a shadow, it looked like a ball of black smoke. But that's the only black 3D mass I have ever seen in this house. And there was no shape to it, and it was about the size of a large melon. That's how I described it to you, wasn't it, Andy?
Yeah. See, we're doing an interesting capture with black smoke. It's on my YouTube channel, but it's a private video at the minute.
Yeah.
I will open it up at some point if people would like to see it. But we were in an abandoned hotel,
Mm-hmm.
and it was when we were working with a certain YouTuber. So this video got a lot of it.
Yeah.
Really quickly because we're working with somebody who people didn't like at the time.
Yeah.
Which I think is a bit unfair.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened was, I got this feeling like I wanted to go out on a corridor while Spirit Box were being performed. And I like mooching dark corridors on my own. I just it's one of my kind. I mean, you'll see what I'm like, Brett. I'll jump into any situation.
Yeah.
So, this particular time though, because the staircase was so narrow and so steep, I said to Becky, I said, pass me a torch, because I need to see where I'm treading. Just looking through LCD and enough. So I got this little £1 torch, it was a really small little thing. Was walking down these stairs just enough, and what you see in clip is torch light move against wall.
Mm-hmm.
I turn torch off then, but then what happens is, while I look left, I turn camera right. Yeah?
Right. Yeah.
And there were a black smoke at me that we must have kind of bumped into each other because it freaks out. It pulls back the full 1 foot corridor, and you can see little tendrils as it flies away really quick.
Yeah.
And then banks right round the corner. And you can actually see this happen. Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I got this video scrutinised and people said it was night vision bleed.
Right.
And I'm like, right, now you've got to understand that it's the only clip that has ever looked like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've been using them cameras for years, right?
Yeah.
Nothing ever has ever looked like that. And then I got accused of a light source being behind me, but I corridor and it was pitch black and I was on my own.
But how would they explain that black mass was a light source? Because that would have come up as a light.
Well, they were trying to say it was my shadow.
Oh right, okay.
But you know what?
But how could your shadow disappear around the corner?
Exactly, and this thing looks like it's about 1.5, 2 feet off floor.
Right.
You know, as it and it's like you can see like kind of morphing, if you will, as well. You know, there was no person shape to it. It was just a black morphing, cloudy look, and it just and then round corner.
Mhm.
You know. But what you don't see off camera, obviously, you know, 'cause you don't record everything when you're out there, do you? You have breaks where you're moving your equipment around and stuff.
Yeah, well, people don't want to watch you moving from one location to the next. Let's be honest.
This is it, yeah. So while we were picking up, I heard a cup being thrown from that area where it happened. Because we didn't see it till we got back, obviously.
Yeah.
And there's a cup was thrown and smashed against the wall. You know, so you were like sort of warning me not to go down there.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd have took that warning.
Yeah. It's a very interesting clip. It's not a lot. I mean, it's really early on. Not a lot of people have seen it.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one to watch actually.
Yeah.
Right, here's a question for both of you. Do you think people who go out investigating the paranormal, and I don't just mean ghosts, I mean, you know, anything, Bigfoot, Nessie, UFOs, whatever, do you think that they increase their chances of having things happening in their own home? And that's a question to both of you.
Tough one. Because again, you've got a lot, for me, you've got a lot of people that like to think that they would.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are really susceptible to saying anything is paranormal, you know?
Yeah.
So you've got that factor involved. You see, obviously you know I open mine up because I do rituals and ceremonies and stuff like that. But prior to that, it was very quiet, even though we were at all time doing stuff.
Right.
You know, it's a tough one.
Gillian says she doesn't. So, do you think it's a possibility or not, Andy? Even just a possibility?
I think there's a slim possibility if someone takes a liking to you.
Yeah, and it follows you.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam?
It's one of these it's sort of a grey area, but after investigating Sharon Rectory for the first time, I came home and I was getting old-fashioned perfume smell switch past me every so often.
Right.
This was the next day, and I turned on the spirit box. And unfortunately, I was messing about, so I didn't put the camera on. And I got 3 family members' names come out on that spirit box.
Your family, or just...
No, the family...
Where you'd been investigating?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Do we take part of the energy that's in another place with us? I don't know. I don't know. Because, at the end of the day, we don't know what the communicators are. And that's what the old ITC researchers often call them. They just call communicators. Because we don't fully know. But, having, a feeling of... I was sitting here at the computer, and I felt like something brushed past. That shiver, and then that smell of old-fashioned perfume. I don't know. I don't have 100% proof to it. I'd say that was linked to the investigation I done the night before.
Right.
It would not stand up in a court of law, I'm afraid, but it's a strange one at the same time.
Yeah. See,
You
see,
know?
I'm of the opinion it's a possibility it could happen, but I don't think that people who do it are more liable to have, paranormal stuff happening in their houses. I really don't. Like Andy said, there is always a chance something could get interested in you for whatever reason and follow you back and observe you for a while. But I don't think, same with like the Ouija board and stuff like that, I don't think by doing anything like that you actually attract things to stay. Right now,
On a funny side of that, I did ask in a paranormal group, and I cracked it as a joke, and I says, do you ever um, look more in your rearview mirror to see if you brought passengers home? And most people actually says, yeah,
they do.
I
Yeah.
actually do. But if that would, do you ever see them reconstructions of paranormal events where a person's driving along the car and they look in the rear view mirror
Yeah.
and there's freaky guys sitting in the back,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
And
if
some
you know,
people-
if stock, what's it bypasses to be believed?
Oh, Stockbridge.
Stocksbridge, the monk actually does occasionally decide to manifest inside people's cars as they're driving down the carriageway. So I suppose that's a possibility, Sam.
Is that the haunted road that Tom goes to?
Yeah. No, no,
Or-
no, no. It's the one up here. It's the one up here by Sheffield. It's supposed to be the most haunted road in the country, and it's linked to a black monk. It's been witnessed by police officers, but he has occasionally been reported as actually manifesting in the back seat of cars or in the passenger seat of people driving down the dual carriageway and causing accidents.
We've had a case in early 1980s actually in a place called Barnesmore Gap in County Donegal, and it involved a priest. And the girl that was tumbling on the side of the road sat in the back of the priest's car. She didn't say anything, and then the only thing she said eventually was, "Can you let me out here? This is where I died." And the priest freaked out, he turned around, and the girl was gone.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
that's the legend of Barnesmore Gap, basically.
Right. Here's another question for you, and it's linked to what Gillian's asking. Do you believe that cleansing would, can work, but, things like waving sage around? And do you do any form of protection before you do an investigation? That's to both of you again. I'll just titter and laugh quietly in the background. Go on.
Yeah, well, I am a Christian, but very often I forget to say a protection prayer. I don't know if it helps or not, but the group that I work with do say that protection prayer. They insist that everybody stand around in a circle, if you're Christian, and take part in that prayer as a protection. I don't know if it works or not. On the other side of it, we did take priests into this particular house, and it didn't make things any better. It made it worse.
Right.
So
Okay.
and I mean, like, people that are not Christian and believe in other things, they look to them other belief system that they're involved in.
Yeah.
Whether that helps or not, I do not know.
Okay. So what's your opinion on cleansing, Sam, with things like sage?
Sage, I do sage my house,
Right.
and I think I'm trying to say this without being controversial.
Just say it.
Because the belief system is there.
Yeah.
Because the belief system is there. You see, I don't know anything about sage. I do sage my house. People sage their equipment when they come in. Some people don't bring their equipment into their house until they get the sage out and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And is it a form of just making you feel more relaxed
Mm-hmm.
and more protected. Because I can't fully make a comment, does this work or not? There's other people out there that are into their sage, they're into their crystals, and that they know more about it than me, and they know the power of crystals, they know the power of cleansing and sage and stuff like that. I can't, but I do sage things, and I do sage my house.
Yeah.
You know, you
Okay,
know.
Andy. Do you want to answer this one then? Do you want to do the first bit
Yeah.
about protection?
Right. Right. This is gonna get deep
Go
because
on.
this is very, again, an uneducated modern view.
Yeah.
Right. So protection. Right. What you've got to realise is that anybody that uses protection, e.g., I'm going to go down crystal route because that's one of the major forms.
Mm-hmm.
People always go, oh, use, your black stones as grounding and protection and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Right, so these crystals, right, and I'm going to give honest truth now, are protection, not against entities, but
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So there's positive and negative energy in everything. Yeah? So a lot of people get what you call a sick building syndrome,
Yeah.
and where the streams running underground, and that can affect some people more than it can affect others, and stuff like that. And getting stones is for stuff like that. It's not for entities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Because like with the dibbuk box theory, like you said, can you actually contain a
Yeah.
entity in a box of
Mhm.
wood?
Yeah.
It seems implausible. You'd need, like we've discussed before, you'd need mirrors, magnets,
Yeah.
weird
All sorts of
oddity.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, all sorts of odd stuff that can affect, and bend, you know, energy entity, if you will. But anyway, going back to, protection. Obviously, if you're a religious person, and you've got belief that the religious sort of crucifixes and stuff will protect you from your demons and stuff, and then
Yeah.
that's fine. That's
Mhm.
completely up to you. If you believe it,
Yeah.
it may work for you. Not that a lot of us believe that there's something going to be able to be that bad, that it's going to do something that bad to be needed.
Mhm.
Anyway, right, so I'm going to quickly whip round onto cleanse now, because it's a similar sort of aspect. Right, and old age witches are to blame for this, I think.
Yeah.
Right? So going into a place and cleansing, and I truly believe that this was a summit that they all set up amongst themselves
Yeah.
and cackled at people for believing it,
Right. Okay.
right? Because they would deter the general public pagans for what they were really doing.
Yeah.
For example, they were seen to shun certain trees, but yet we know now that they were utilising that wood.
Yep. Yeah.
They didn't want people to know. So, oh yeah, right. So they needed some form of barter. They needed some bread, and they needed some, stuff, and they needed some metal to make the cauldrons.
Mhm.
We'll send some fairies into that house to make a ruckus, some poltergeists. We'll go in and cleanse it with a bit of herbs that we collect.
Mhm.
And what we really do is, right, you're right now, come back out.
Yeah.
This house is now clear.
Mhm.
And I think that's what they were guilty of doing.
You think they were conning people?
Yeah, completely. They were clever people.
Yeah.
And the whole cleansing of things is to cleanse, again, energy, not entity.
Yeah.
We have got no power over something that's of a higher frequency to us, or of a different frequency.
Yep.
It is impossible.
Yeah.
But an energy of negative, say ion or whatever, you can possibly cleanse it with something.
Yeah.
It's like me. And cleansing your own mind as well. I think that like a placebo, I think what Sam were going at a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I felt like I were getting a bit of a intent attack not too long ago.
Yeah.
And I went straight to my mum's, and she's got a right big open shower, and I had a good cleanser shower down, because I ain't got a shower here,
Yeah.
And I wanted to wash that thought that I had got a bit of a negative intent attack going on, and I felt better in myself.
Mhm.
That's what cleansing's for.
Yeah.
Do you know
Right.
what you just brought up the positive and negative and that?
Mhm.
While you were speaking there, I was thinking of it in a scientific sort of way. Do you know the way we have batteries and we have positive and negative and that?
Mhm.
Yep.
Could it be possible that the orbs we are seeing that are, that are, we possibly think that it's energy, could it possibly be a positive or negative? And the reason why we don't see apparitions is because that positive and negative happen come together.
Could
Maybe
be.
so. Maybe
Do you
so.
know, like you need a positive and negative for a bulb or a motor to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These, balls of energy, could they be one side of the energy, like a positive or negative?
Mhm.
And when an apparition occurs, when people see something, it's when the positive and negative have come together in that kind of way
Yeah.
and produce this.
Well, I can adapt a little bit on that, Sam, as well. For example,
I
you
will
know
get my opinion on protection out in a minute, folks. Go on, carry on.
you will.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right.
You know, like you were talking about that with positive and negative. Then, basically, you know, the Tommy thing that we talked. So I'm just going to say thing a minute.
Fancy calling him a thing.
Oh, well, you know, but what it's a similar sort of aspect with the elements involved. It needs the full four elements connecting together to make a circuit,
Yeah.
and that's how we've been learnt about him.
Mhm.
Because it's what is called a group elemental. Four elements have to come together and bind it together as a circuit, and you're not going to be able to see him until the Earth's there. You know.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Andy, without the four elements, there's no proper balance, is there?
Exactly, and it's a similar sort of thing what Sam's just been saying,
Yeah.
but just on
Yeah.
a 4-point level rather than 2.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's a similar sort of thing.
Yeah. Right. My take on protection. No, I don't do it personally. The main reason I don't do it is because I don't know with 100% certainty what I am protecting myself from. So, you can't protect yourself until you know what the danger is, if there's a danger. So that's one of the reasons I don't do it. Obviously, I don't say prayers because I'm not Christian, but it does make me chuckle when Christians say prayers for protection, because they are actually using a religion that frowns upon things like contacting the dead anyway. That, mediums are preached against in the Bible, so I just find it a little odd that people, call upon a religion that frowns upon what they're doing for protection.
But the other side of it is not always are religious, but spiritual.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a religion, but I would consider myself spiritual
Yeah.
rather than religious.
Yeah.
I can go to any different amount of churches. I recently went to a Sikh church to see what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't understand the language, but I just took in
Yeah.
what they're doing, just an experience,
Yeah.
Being at different churches, I've taken different bits from different churches, and what I didn't believe, I stick to my own belief.
Yeah.
So there's any of us out there that are spiritual towards God, but not involved in organized religion, if you know
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah, but a lot of them actually pray to to Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit to protect them. And, it is specifically stated in the Bible in a number of places that mediums are a big no-no. So I just thought, but I think where protection does help, I think it's more along the intent line than the actual who you're praying to. But personally, I don't do any kind of protection because, like I say, unless you are 100% certain you know what you need to protect from, how can you protect yourself from it anyway? On the terms of cleansing, and this is probably going to piss a lot of people off, I think the only thing that sage does is make your house smell nice.
It does smell nice.
Yes, it does. Again, I think it's an intent thing. I think if you wanted to cleanse yourself, you could walk round the house with a tube of aerosol fart spray and spray it around, and as long as you believe that that fart spray will cleanse your house, I think it might work on the because your belief and intent is pushing it rather than the fart spray itself. So, you know, but that's what I think, Sam. I think you could, you know, if you honestly, genuinely believe that fart spray would cleanse your house of anything unpleasant, it would work because the intent was there, or it would go some way to help him.
Some above paranormal fart spray, you
Yeah.
can find that in our Etsy shop.
Yeah.
Element with count.
You know, I don't think the sage itself does anything. I think it's just the fact that because sage has been pushed as the go-to thing to burn, that's why people burn it. But I don't think sage itself has got any particular property that gets rid of negative energy. I do believe it's more a fact that your positivity in believing it's going to work is what nullifies, you know, the negative energy. I think if you believe your fart spray would work, I think your positive belief in your fart spray would help eliminate the negative. So that's just my opinion on it.
It's a spiritual thing more than a scientific thing, really.
Yeah. I really do. You know, so I might start selling, you know, above paranormal fart spirit repellent.
That's
You know,
unusual, Murt.
And let's be honest, some unpleasant smell is more liable to get rid of something than, you know, a nice smell of sage.
Well, it makes a change from mugs and t-shirts.
Exactly, Stephen. I don't think sage does need to be used. I just think it's because people have got so used to hearing the fact that, oh, use sage. That is why they use it. You know, I think you could quite easily walk round with a sprig of rosemary and have exactly the same effect as long as you believe that that rosemary will work for you. There's definitely a market for it, Joe. I might start marketing it. Fart ghost remover.
But like I said, I think the old sage thing as well. You know, and I have seen people use rosemary.
Yeah.
You know,
I think they use
rose
sage, Andy,
are-
because it's one of the easiest things to get hold of, innit? Let's be honest.
yeah, and what you use right back in old, you know, in old times, like I said about.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was probably one of the most common herbs around at the time, sage. So you know, it was the easiest thing to grab a clump of and burn.
Yeah. I mean, Rose has got dishes all over the house of rosemary, and you know, you get a handful of that, it smells lovely.
Yeah. One of our investigations where the team says, you know, we're going to get this psychic guy and he's going to cleanse the house and that, and I turn around, you know, and I says, well, what is he going to do? He says, all he's going to do is, you know, psychic thing, and then he's going to, you know, use sage and things like that. I turn around to him and said, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Good luck with it.
You know, and if you're, it's like when people call in the priest, and I know if people are religious, they take comfort from it. But if you're dealing with something that's not of a Christian nature, all you're going to do by getting a priest in the house is piss it off and probably make it worse.
Yep.
You know, because they're just going to sit there going, ha ha ha, Father, bugger off. You know, you've annoyed me now. I'm just going to make their lives even more of a misery. You know, go on, Sam.
The other side of taking a priest in, I've looked into this side of it. It very often it doesn't happen the first time the priest comes to bless your house. You know, he needs to come, you know, a number of times. You know, if you're, you know, in that belief system, you know, what I've read up on it and what I've discovered is very often when the priest comes to the house the first time, it can increase activity.
Mm-hmm.
And very often people leave it at there and make things worse for themselves. You know, if that is their belief system, you know, it was believed that you need to bring the priest back a number of times.
But do you think, Sam, that that's working on the Jehovah's Witness theory? Where, you know, like when the Jehovah's knock your door all the while and eventually you start hiding behind the sofa to avoid them. Do you think that might be working on that kind of thing, that they just get that sick of hearing it, they pretend not to be there until the priest has gone?
It's possible.
You know,
But um, some of this conversation, we're talking about scientific stuff, and now we're talking about spiritual stuff.
Mhm.
The scientific world can't come into the spiritual stuff because it doesn't gel. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I think it's all about belief. It's all about faith and stuff like that. And if people believe that a priest or a rabbi or a minister can help them in that, they're going to take anything they
Yeah.
can get. Do
But
you know what I mean?
I honestly think it's more of a belief that the people themselves generate than anything you bring anybody in to do. I think it's the people, once they've seen somebody's doing something, get a more positive outlook, and maybe that helps against the negativity.
Yeah.
I think it's more of an intent thing than an actual anything anybody can do. Be that psychic priest or whatever.
Yeah, but very often when you come to a private house and there's a haunting going on there, those people aren't paranormal investigators,
No.
and they're reaching out. They're trying everything they possibly can to try and sort out their issue here.
Yeah.
So they'll go for paranormal investigators, whether they're good or crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
But very often, because they don't know where to turn, they'll turn to the church.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they've seen it on telly.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah, but I honestly think it's actually the people themselves who enact the change. I think it's because once they've seen something being done, that their positivity comes up, thinking, oh, they've done something, it's going to go away now. And I think it's actually their changing, in the energy they're emitting, for want of a better word, becomes more positive because, when people are being harassed by something in their house, it does tend to cause a lot of negativity with the people who live there. And I think once that energy is changed from negative to positive because they are of the opinion somebody's done something that's going to help them, their positivity restarts, and I think that helps against nullifying it more than what whoever's been in to sort the problem out. And maybe that's why they say bring the priest back a couple of times, because their belief slips a bit and back it comes again. But with the priest keep coming, it reinforces that positivity all the while till it gets to the point it finally forces out whatever's in there. What do you think on that, Andy?
Yeah. It's a bit like a placebo effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
You take a pill,
Yeah.
and your positive outlook can heal you.
Yeah.
From an illness, and there's been a lot of recorded evidence of that happening.
Yeah.
And they might just have a water tablet.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no end of people being cured of things and they've been on a placebo.
Yeah. So I definitely think the mind has got a big part to play.
Yeah. I do believe mind over matter is very much a real thing. I really do. But I have often thought, is it actually whoever's in the house doing the good, or is it the actual people themselves? Their change of, mindset is what's actually causing the change. Right, you two pick a subject to discuss now, because I'm having a quick smoke.
Go on, Tom pick.
And do you pick?
Me pick. What's left? I'm struggling to think.
And do you want?
Come on, I've been picking subjects for 2 hours. You've only got to pick one each. It ain't hard.
Yeah, but we've covered everything now.
Okay, here's one, Andy. Where do you see people's outlook on Faye going in 2020? Because for me, I think, interest has started to build. Where would you like to see it go?
I think it's got to be baby steps.
Yeah.
I think people, if anybody gets into it seriously, I think they've got to be open-minded enough to follow the hints and tips that they give them.
Yeah.
And not have any preconceptions about what's going on.
Right.
You know, that's one of the biggest keys to it.
And believe me, when you get into it, you do have to rethink a lot of your values. I've learnt that one.
You see, what people are gonna, I've seen channels popping up. You know, I've seen the fae being mentioned, and circles, and they want gifts of flowers and daisies, and the gnomes being popping up quite a lot on people's spirit boxes.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic, I love it, and I wish everybody best of luck with it, and I always support it. But please listen to what they're saying.
Yeah.
Because it could turn not necessarily bad, but everything could just stop.
Yeah.
And you really got to listen to what they're telling you. But I would love to see becoming a little bit more mainstream in paranormal, because that's, at the end of the day, it's a subject. It's a subject of ridicule. It's not for everybody. But what people have got to accept is that it isn't a Walt Disney thing.
The thing is, Andy, it is no less a valid paranormal phenomenon than ghosts. It is. Exactly. It is on par with everything else.
Yeah.
And I think this is the problem. What you've just said is people have got the Disney image in their head too much.
Yeah.
And they don't realise that the Fae supersede demons by thousands of years. Thousands of years.
In more or less every culture on planet. And just tread lightly. If anybody does get into it, tread lightly and just enjoy it, because it's fantastic. It's such a... Once they start opening up to you and becoming honest, like I told ETA today, it's not that they lie, they just don't trust humans all that much.
Yeah, they're selective with what they say.
Because it is history. We're mad with them. It's been rocky.
Yeah.
It's been rocky to say the least. And if they do start opening up, just please listen to them, because things can get amazingly weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I've seen that for myself.
Yeah.
Things do get amazingly weird. Right, Sam, where would you like to see the paranormal going in 2020?
Well, personally myself, after recent events where the elemental side had got badly slagged off, to be honest with you. I was sad with that, and I mean, like, I'm only sort of starting to become more open to this. In my head, I thought there was a possibility that, all what we're investigating is not 100% the spirits of human beings that are passed on, and their energy is released. There is a pause, if we go down that line of just concentrating on that and believing on that, I feel personally myself that I would be putting the blinkers on.
Yeah.
I've had personal experience. I didn't publicly talk about them, but in some of our investigations, we've had activity that doesn't correspond to the stereotypical ghost haunting.
Yeah.
So to be a follower and a supporter of elemental encounters, that it has been a great education for me.
Yeah.
Because now I can take off the blinkers and say that yes, there is other people that believe in this. I kind of had a belief system already, but I kept it to myself.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't see it. The reason why I call them elementals, I don't name them as gnomes or fairies or anything like that. Nature is a powerful thing, and it is full of mystery.
Yeah.
And there is possibilities that we're not all. We don't know who we're contacting every time we turn the spirit box on. There's always that question: who's the communicator? Because I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They say the spirits, what in the communicators side of things, what does the communicator class a spirit to be? Is it different than what we class a spirit to be?
Yeah.
And that's the question,
Mm-hmm. See, I'd like in 2020 for, a lot more of the paranormal to be covered rather than just everybody concentrating on the ghost hunting side of things. I want to see more of things like the Fae and aliens and Bigfoot and, cryptids and all that kind of stuff becoming a bit more mainstream within the paranormal community, because the paranormal is not just about wandering around houses looking for ghosts. Ghost hunting is a very, very small part of what the paranormal actually is. And until, people start to become a little bit more accepting of the bigger picture of the paranormal, I don't think things like para-unity are ever going to happen. Because it's such a broad spectrum of beliefs that people have got to start being a bit more tolerant of what other people believe in. And just because, you don't believe in one thing doesn't mean that you should just condemn it outright. There's a lot of things I don't believe in the paranormal, but I would never tell anybody, that's just that complete bullshit, because I don't know.
Well, if paranormal was a big factory, there would be many departments.
Exactly.
Many departments.
Exactly. And I think we've got to start bringing a lot more of the paranormal into the YouTube paranormal community, because at the moment they're all segmented. Channels just do ghost hunting, or channels just do the Fae, or channels just do UFOs and stuff, but they call themselves paranormal channels. Andy calls himself an elemental channel, so he sticks with elementals. But I think people who class themselves as part of the paranormal community and who class themselves as paranormal, I would like to see them sort of channels start to do a little bit more than just wandering around houses looking for ghosts. It'd be nice to see the community actually branch out more and bring in the UFO enthusiasts and, the cryptid hunters and all that kind of stuff. That is how I'd like to see the paranormal community develop in 2020.
I think some may, but some may stick to a certain part of the paranormal.
Yeah, I've got no problem with them sticking to a certain part of the paranormal, Sam, but I think, they need to start being more accepting of other areas of the paranormal. Because ghost hunting is not the paranormal community, far from it.
It's not the all and end all, is it?
No,
There's
it's
much
not.
more
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
because Andy believes in, he's an elemental channel, but he happily discusses UFOs and aliens with me because he believes in them.
Oh yeah, I'm big. It.
Yeah, I'm
I'd be happy to go out watching it in some wild mountain.
Yeah.
I'd love it. I'd be first to sign up.
Yeah. It's like I said, I'd love if we could get all the paranormal groups around here one night, go and piss off into the Pennines and do a UFO watch or something.
Oh, definitely.
Just for a night, for people to see something that ain't ghost hunting. To show people that there is more to the paranormal than just ghost hunting.
Yeah. And I think I don't want to go into too much, but there was people slagging off a certain part of the paranormal, and I think what they were picturing was this Walt Disney kind of impression of that part of the paranormal, which is far from the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know, they're not seeing that other picture, but what, you know, we have to respect each other, and
Yeah.
you know, it's the only way we can get on. We all have different beliefs, and we you know, sometimes, you know, us three that are talking, we have all different
Yeah,
beliefs,
of course we do.
but you know, we have to respect each other.
Yeah.
That's the thing, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. You know, and as far as far as the paranormal community on YouTube's concerned, the best thing that could ever happen, and it's never going to happen, is for them to demonetize YouTube. Because I think when it got back to actual paranormal and the money aspect was took out of it, I do think things would change. Because I do think money does play a big part in YouTube, and
Yeah,
people
the
do,
others.
you know, people do lose sight of what they're doing. There's no doubt about it.
I think even if the money was taken out of it, there isn't a certain part of it that you know, there's people out there that are that want to be popular.
Yeah,
You know,
I've
so
got no problem with people being popular, Sam. You know, but I do think that the paranormal community as a whole has got to be more accepting of each other. You know,
and you know, I mean, like, I have no problem with people being popular if it's for the right reason. You know,
yeah,
if it's for the right reason, and if it makes them feel good, that's, you know, fair play to them.
yeah.
You know.
You know,
Uh,
if somebody goes out and investigate, you know, say they go out and look into aliens and decide it's a load of bullshit, fair enough. They've gone out, they've investigated, they've decided it ain't for them. But I'd like to see these channels still accept the views of other people. Maybe not, you know, believe them, but at least respect their views, rather than just, you know, giving uninformed opinions on whatever they currently disagree with. And that is what I'd like to see for the paranormal community now. Is just more
yeah.
acceptance of it, you know, everybody's differing beliefs.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Guys put, but everyone thinks that Disney things are how they are. This is the problem, guy. And this is what I said earlier. The media has been the paranormal's worst enemy. It really has.
Oh yeah.
And
In
that,
every respect.
and that ain't
Yeah.
just the fae. That's in ghosts. You know, all the popularity of demons. You know,
Even some equipment, you know.
Ouija boards. You
Yeah.
know, all that's down. A lot of that is down to the Hollywood view of Ouija boards and, you know, what's been propagated with that. Even aliens, everything,
Yeah.
Bigfoot, the lot.
Everything.
You know, the mainstream media has really poisoned the paranormal community. Not in, you know, and I don't mean that as killing it off, but they have actually poisoned people's views to what, you know, certain aspects of the paranormal are, or all aspects of the paranormal are. If I'm honest, you know, you know, people, rather than research, they'll just watch a film and suddenly think that's what aliens are about, or that's what Bigfoot's about, or whatever. I
Yeah.
honestly would not rule many things out. Joanne, there's quite a few things I don't believe personally in the paranormal. You know, when I was younger, I was a big believer in Nessie. You know, and over the years, and I've gone into the research of it. You know, things like the lake has a very low population of fish and stuff, and as a food supply in there, I now sit on the fence regarding the Loch Ness monster. But I would never say to somebody who come on here and said, "Oh, I've seen the Loch Ness monster," or "I believe the Loch Ness monster." I'd never turn around and take the mick out of them for it, you know, because that's their personal belief, and I've got to respect that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I might crack a little joke about, you know, little green men and
Oh,
spaceships.
everybody
So,
does, Sam. Everybody jokes, you know, but I would not put somebody down for their beliefs. You know,
yeah, I mean,
I believe very little of what David Icke says is a good example. You know, with the reptilian royals and stuff like that. But if people want to believe that, that's fine. That's fine. Because I've got no proof that the royals aren't reptilian any more than they've got proof that they have. You know, but you know what I'm saying,
They
Andy?
look a bit reptilian, though.
Well, actually, I got to be honest. The Majesty looks more like a chimp to me than a reptilian. But there you go.
Oh, dear.
Gay says yes. Brett, a film puts blinkers in people's minds. They won't research. Exactly, Gay. Exactly, Gay. And this is this is the thing. Like with the Fae, people think the Fae are Tinkerbell and all that kind of thing. And if they research the Fae to the proper extent, the Fae would become as popular as demons, believe me, because they can be as dark as any demon.
Yeah, I mean,
Agreed, Andy?
I want to watch what I say, but yeah.
Yeah, but the law surrounding them can be dark.
Oh yeah.
They can be just as frightening as any demon. They really can.
yeah, I mean, like I have a book of Sligo folk tales, and a lot of these cases from way back years ago, it was all revolved around a lot of fear. Fear of disturbing that environment that these elements were in.
Well, me and Andy came to the conclusion the other night, Sam, that the Irish did something really horrible to the Fae.
Yeah, you were saying that, right?
And the Fae took their revenge, and the Irish have never forgot it.
Yeah.
That's our opinion, ain't it, Andy?
It's got to be on it, really.
Yeah, you've had cases where, telegraph poles or that new telegraph poles for electricity for housing or something like that were installed past what they called a fairy fort.
Mm-hmm.
And the telegraph poles are close to the fairy fort kept collapsing.
Yep.
For no logical reason. It wasn't that the ground was marshy or anything like that, because people that are install poles know how to install poles. You know what I mean?
Yep. But the thing is, Sam, that is a perfect example. If somebody had sat there and gone, I saw this horned cloven demon pushing the telegraph poles over, they'd have been perfectly acceptable with that excuse. But as soon as somebody puts the notion forward that maybe it's disturbing the Fae, it's all poo-pooed and ridiculed. When, the Fae explanation is no more extravagant than the demon one.
Yeah. I mean, like, it would be, when it comes to, mainstream television and media and that, it would be a very new thing to discover, because with mainstream TV and media, it's about supply and demand, and people are looking for the scary ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is why what we would call the conventional spirits of and ghosts are a popular thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's because people want to see it, and that's why it has come to the forefront of attention with these medias like TV and social media and such.
Yeah.
But it would be a completely different landscape to have all these aspects of the paranormal feature and people welcoming all that with open arms as well. It would be a nice thing to see.
Yeah.
It really would. Yeah.
But it'd be nice once in a while to do, because I don't know if you noticed, I've started doing different things on my channel now, like alien discussions and Bigfoot and even big cats in the UK I've done, and I'd like to do a bit more on I'd love to go to Flamborough, because Flamborough's got it all. It's got ghosts, it's got cryptids, it's got UFOs, it's got everything, Flamborough, all in one place. I'd love to go somewhere like there for the day and research around there. You've been there, haven't you, Andy?
Yeah, we didn't do much because I don't know what happened that day, but
the fellow that we went with just decided really not to bother and go again another time. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a shame. There's a lot of area to cover as well.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the most off-putting things about it all.
Yeah.
But
Because it's known as the Skinwalker Ranch. The farm on the edge of the cliff is known as the UK Skinwalker Ranch.
yeah,
It's got it all there. Cattle mutilation and the lot.
Yeah, I think Ghost Adventures tried to go down that route with the alien abductions, and I don't know what the ratings were, but they haven't gone into that again. So possibly the ratings were a little bit low when they went back to doing just the ghosts.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what the ratings were. Which when they went to Skinwalker Canyon, and what the ratings were for that episode in comparison to these other episodes.
Well, from what I heard, Sam, their Skinwalker episodes was one of their most popular ones of them all.
Oh, right.
So I think that's why they probably have started branching out a bit more and, not just covering the famous ghosts and stuff. But that's what we're planning on doing next year. Me and Jace, we'll still be doing a lot of the bog standard, going around cemeteries and supposed haunted places and stuff like that. But we do want to do more on UFOs and cryptids and stuff like that as well, because I think people are interested in if you explain to them about it and open them up to the idea of it. I think it can only do your channel good. I think people get a bit bored if you're doing the same thing constantly over and over and over and over and over. There's only so many times you can ghost hunt before it becomes the same old thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't either, Joanne. I haven't even been to the haunted house in, I think that's June. That is only half hour down from my... You should go and visit it, Guy. But yeah, I'm interested in a broad spectrum of the paranormal. Always have been. But it'll be as long as everybody within the community just starts being a bit more accepting of everybody else's views. They don't have to subscribe to them and they don't have to believe them. But as long as they'll just respect them, that'll be a nice advancement in 2020 for me.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always a respect thing, isn't it? You can disagree with somebody on certain subjects, like we do with demon thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But to sit there and ridicule demons, I wouldn't do.
No.
I wouldn't like do it in a manner such of, and all that.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's like, it's like a perfect example is at Rose's. I've got, and I did tell, because I was worried about doing Rose's house with what we do.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm probably going to get different answers, but Rose has stuck to her guns and they are what she believes them to be.
Yeah.
For me, it's a different thing, but we respect each other in that manner.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
Because regardless of whose opinion you believe, it's at least proving there's something there.
Yeah.
Well,
this is it.
So regardless of which belief system you subscribe to, you're still both agreeing that there is actually something there.
Yeah.
And you've just got to meet in the halfway and agree to disagree and just respect each other's opinions.
That's it,
Well, none of it can be dismissed because we can't prove anything.
Exactly, Sam. The entire field at the moment is just based on personal belief. Because the minute something's proven, it's no longer supernatural, it's natural. So the field will always be a field of belief. It just may be a shrinking field as, more and more things are discovered and proven.
Yeah.
Who's to say somebody ain't going to come across the body of a Bigfoot tomorrow? Or aliens land on the White House lawn or something? and then they are no longer paranormal. It is awful to ridicule anyone for what they believe in. I truly respect everyone. Agree with you, Sam. That's off Gay, and the other one was off Joanne. Gay says you can Google the journey out. Right, has anybody got any questions? Because I think us three have been talking long enough. It's about time some of you lot started asking some. Because my voice is starting to go. Let's see what questions pop up. We always get at least a couple of fey ones. It's a shame Llama ain't in Andy, because, you could have told him the height of the other 300 species of fey.
Possibly so.
ETA says, you should always respect everyone and their beliefs, and ye harm none, do as ye will. Yeah. Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law, is the other one. Not the one I subscribe to, though. It's awful to ridicule anyone for what they believe in. I truly respect everyone. That was Joanne. Mystery says he believes in the paranormal. We all do, Mystery, or we wouldn't be here. Anybody else for anything? Not that I can see. Are there any questions anybody would like to ask either me, Sam, or Andy? Or all three of us? Feel free. Because after 2 hours talking, it does start to get a bit on the voice and a bit on the thinking up ideas of things to talk about. Anything you two want to talk about? Because you're such a fan of ideas, you pair. Brett, I have a question. Are doggers paranormal?
It can get a bit spooky.
Well, in answer to that, ETA, take Lindsay to Cannock Chase, breathe on the car windows, and then see if anything with little grey heads and huge black eyes starts peeping through the window at you. Then you'll have your answer. No one knows the true extent of what is out there. Have to keep a very open mind. Exactly, Joanne. Exactly, Joanne, because nothing out there is proven. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the paranormal, it would just be the normal. It would be science. Go on.
A doggo once come up behind us, When we had our car, we went to an old abandoned farmhouse in top end of Wakefield.
Mm-hmm.
And it were a bit too dark to be mulching round it, so we got back to the car, and this car come behind it, flashing headlights at us.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what that is, don't you?
Yeah.
Let's just wait here for 5 minutes and not do all, right? And then I turned the car around and drove past it, right, slow, and he looked gutted. He looked absolutely gutted that we drove off.
Right, being that ETA brought up the subject of doggers, he can explain to Gay what they are. ETA, explain to Gay what doggers are.
The people who walk their dogs.
Shapeshifters.
Not paranormal.
They're a branch of the werewolf family. Right, Joanna's put Gay. I think they are people that perv in other people having... Not only perv, sometimes join in, Joanne. Living near Cannock Chase, you should be well aware of what they are. It's one of the most famous areas in the country for it. Chris says doggers don't have bedrooms, lol. They do, but they just prefer to use the car.
Ooh, I like this. I like amorous encounters. I think I feel a new channel coming on.
Yeah, because that's how I explained them to somebody on Sam's channel yesterday. Oddly enough, I think that was another Australian. It was one, it's Sam.
Like a bit of a branch off for us, that one.
Anonymous encounters, that's brilliant.
Jolter says, do you think we are being prepared by governments on UFOs ready for a big reveal? Yes, I do, Jolter. I do, system. I do genuinely believe that the government, via TV and media, have actually been softening us up since the 40s. Andy and Sam, your opinions?
Well, with the whole thing, I know there's a lot of secrets. And some of the main secrets is for economical reasons. If we had anti-gravity, the oil companies, which are a very, very powerful company in the whole world and a great money maker, would be out of business.
Yeah.
Do you know?
But do you believe the government is doing steps for, to prepare us for revealing themselves?
I don't know.
Right, okay, Andy?
I'm a bit same. I don't know either. It's a bit of an odd thing, because if there were, I can't see, the old chestnut of all the mass panic.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see that happening if they just released info to us.
Right.
But I could see more if they come in mass.
Yeah, see, but what Jolt is saying is, do you believe over the last 50 odd years or so, the government has deliberately leaked information so we get more used to the idea that they're out there? I think that's what he was getting at. And I'm a firm believer in that is exactly what's happened. And
it's the always a true sandwich between two lies, and it doesn't help. It don't.
Yeah,
it always creates that unbalance.
It does and it doesn't. But
it's really strange.
Yeah, I think that things have deliberately been leaked out to prepare the way. Because if you went back to 1930, imagine we went back to the 1930s, before all the UFO phenomenon was real mainstream. And don't get me wrong, it was catalogued for thousands of centuries before then, but there wasn't a big thing made of it. Say they'd have landed in 1930, there would have been chaos. I think nowadays there'd still be panic and stuff, but I don't think it will be on the scale that it would have been had it occurred in 1930. And I do believe that is down to government action deliberately, conditioning us slowly over the years to the possibility of there may be life out there.
Yeah, I think we've come to an age now where, rather than follow governments like a herd of sheep, we're more inclined to ask questions and stand up for ourselves.
Yeah.
And this kind of change of attitude could eventually reveal stuff that we once didn't hear about,
Mm-hmm. And oddly enough, ETA has got the entire chat talking about doggers and furries now. Would you believe it? And furries are different to doggers, believe me. There's a lot of activity in our planet's proximity. How do you think the governments are going to deal with it now? The space race has become available to the private sector, more witnesses. To be honest with you, Jolter, I think it's the people with the money who are actually the real government, rather than the one the people elect. I think, the saying that money talks is most definitely true when it comes to governing of this planet. Andy and Sam?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much proven now that it's all banks in it, and
Yep.
that own it, and a lot of these wars that go off, they're trying to claim banks in other countries back, aren't they, and stuff.
Yeah, well,
it's all of it, But
let's be honest. Would the Iraqi war happened if it weren't for the fact Iraq had got huge oil reserves? It's all to do with money. Sam?
But yeah, mainstream government, I think, it's a smoke screen.
Yeah, and I do. Sam?
Oh yeah, money is a big factor in all of this.
Yeah.
And a lot. If there is spaceships in Area 51 and they've re-engineered or reverse engineered these and have created anti-gravity, technology, it's not going to go out there until the oil has ran out,
No.
until the money has been made.
Yeah.
There's people that have invented, ways of power that cost, an awful lot less money than what we use now, and next thing, all of a sudden they disappear.
Yep. Yep.
And very often too, some of these inventions are bought by the oil companies to suppress it.
Yep. To bury them.
One of those cases was experiments around hydrogen cars and things like
Yep.
that.
Well, I know back when they, electricity was becoming more common in households, that there was a guy who invented a light bulb that would last for 150 years before it blew, and it was deliberately buried by Edison and his lot, so that they could, make the money out of the light bulbs and stuff. And I do believe all the oil companies that they've got alternative energy sources already lined up. A lot more eco-friendly. But until the oil's all gone and they can make their massive profits out of that, we won't see any of it. None of it.
One of the best sort of invention idea push things I saw a couple of years ago. These people had this brainstorm of doing solar powered roadways, and the obviously they'd have to get rid of all this concrete we've got now to put them in.
Yeah.
But just like a 4 mile stretch, what predicted it could power entirety of New York.
Yeah.
And they've got this system in place in designs where they could heat them, so there'd never be snow on roads again. They were touch sensitive, so any animals what were walking across, you'd see the prints as they were walking, and people, and
the vehicles would also be able to power themselves directly off the roads as well.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a move into the future. That is a definite. Yeah, and our all for it. That's fantastic. And they're never going to go for it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
ETA's put politics, money, and religion every war caused by at least one of them. Totally agree with your ETA.
This world is able to build stuff that can last a very long time, but they don't do that because if you bought a car and it was made like the Tesla truck, the new Tesla truck that came out, made from stainless steel. And the reason why cars weren't made from stainless steel is because stainless steel doesn't rot.
Yeah.
Cars have to rot, so they every so often these people have to come back and buy another car.
Buy another one, yeah. It's all down to consumerism, basically.
Yeah.
That nowadays all these big rich companies want a fast turnaround on communerism. Oh, I'll get the word right in a minute. Consumerism. But
yeah, money has a big massive factor in this world.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Right, Systems asked a good question there. Richard Branson is planning on doing space trips. Will the passengers sign non-disclosure agreements if they see anything? That's a very interesting question, System. How do you think they're going to work that, Andy?
Well, again, I think you can pull it back down to money talks. So, obviously, me, you, ain't ever going to go up on one of them trips.
No.
We're never going to be able to afford it. You know what I mean? And people with money that can afford it, I'm reckoning sure as shit won't say a word.
Yep.
To keep the classes separate, and we can go up in space, you can't.
Well, to be honest with you, if a lot of the conspiracy theorists are to be believed, the rich are already well in contact with them anyway.
Probably so.
And this is where a lot of the technology is coming from, because there is a common belief surrounding Roswell is that that's where modern day night vision technology came from. It was it was actually reverse engineered from what was discovered at the Roswell crash. And it was offered to the government, but who's to say? Because it's not the sort of thing a government in our lifetime is going to admit to.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that, Sam?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of secrets there that will explain some of the paranormal in that end of things that, if it was revealed, it would not be paranormal anymore. There might be,
Yeah.
we might be surprised with the explanation that actually would come out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of things that we just don't know about, and for what reason? It's mostly money. It's mostly money.
All right. Here's a question for the two of you. Do you believe that the government have proof that certain things that would actually prove that certain things are no longer paranormal? For example, there is a lot of talk that the US government is well aware of what Bigfoot is. Do you believe that that's going on? That the government have knowledge on supernatural things that, if ever released, would declassify them as paranormal?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I'll say yes. And particularly with things like astral projection and precognition and that stuff, because there was a lot of it went on during the war research.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact that they had their own branch of research anyway.
Yeah.
And I think they've probably looked, and we talk about the scientific stuff as well, on the scientific recognising paranormal, but it actually probably has deep under the umbrella, and it's probably done more than we could ever dream of.
Yeah.
And they probably know far, far, far more than we'll ever find out in our lifetime as low-end researchers,
Mm-hmm.
But, anything coming to light, that's a different story.
Mm-hmm. Sam, do you think the government knows things that could declassify certain things as paranormal?
Possibly, yes, and I mean, there had been certain rumours that they'd been messing around with DNA to make superhumans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to know, but then again, people like conspiracy theories. Where does these conspiracy theories originally exist? Because sometimes you get the snowball effect, and some of these conspiracies, just came from rumours and stuff. You take, for example, YouTube's in big trouble, and all the rest of it. It was just a couple of things. There was rule changes and stuff, but people blew it way, way over out of proportion. So the human being has a habit of doing that.
Yeah, but see there was a lot of documentation declassified by the governments, particularly when Russia collapsed and stuff. But there is documentation from the US government, from the English government, from the Chinese government, from the German government during the war, from the Australian government, that they were all conducting experiments with things like remote viewing, particularly during the Cold War, and a lot of it is still actually redacted and not released. So, if they've admitted to it, why is the huge parts of the documentation concerning it still being held back if they found nothing or discovered nothing? And that this is from official government papers. We know that they have researched certain areas of the paranormal. That is beyond a shadow of a doubt. But a lot of the research is still either redacted or classified as top secret. So if they researched it and found it all a load of bullshit, why have they felt the need to keep such huge sections of the paperwork still classified as top secret?
Well, what I think is there actually there's a big, and it's happened recently, where things are trying to be suppressed. I used to watch a guy called Jesse Ventura and that. I can't find an awful lot of his episodes now on, I'm not going to say the platform, but social media.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if you talk about conspiracy theories, that platform will give you a pitchfork up the bum bum. And they got rid of one or two conspiracy theory people very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without major reason, let's say. So I think there's there's a period now where we're going through where people are asking themselves, do we have free speech? Because there's so much suppression happening at this period in time.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
But
I do watch people that do these conspiracies. They do touch on these topics, but on their videos they call it something else to keep the platform away from punishing them. Do you know?
yeah. But it's like ETA mentioned there. The Nazi government, particularly, Hitler himself was a massive supporter of the supernatural, as was Winston Churchill. He was the one who repealed the Witchcraft Act in the end because of his interest in the supernatural. But if you delve into a lot of what the Nazis were researching during the Second World War, you'd be absolutely amazed. Absolutely amazed at what.
All sorts, weren't
Well, he was a massive supporter of the Hollow Earth, Hitler.
they? Yeah.
He believed that the Aryan race, the true Aryan race, lived at the centre of the Earth, and he spent millions of Nazi gold trying to reach them and contact them. Millions. The guy was really deep into the supernatural, but even up until, the time period of the Cold War, the Americans, the Russians, and the British have all admitted to conducting remote viewing experiments, and like I say, they have still kept a lot of the research back, even though they've admitted doing it, and I can't see why they would keep that research back unless they have discovered something they don't want us to know. Because surely had they have decided it was all a load of bunkum, they'd have released the lot and said it's a load of bunkum. But they have still kept masses of that research under the top secret banner. They blame the ozone layer solely for climate change, but I think the government experiments in space has a lot to answer for. Well, there's also there's a lot of people believe, especially in the Midwest of the United States, that the governments conduct seeding in the clouds, and that you can actually see it when they do it. It is incredible to read upon, Gay. It is incredible. The things the government have actually researched from on a paranormal level is astounding. And like I say, in our lifetime, a lot of it we'll never get to hear about, because I do believe they've discovered things that they don't want us to know. Particularly in the area of alien life. Mind you, I used to use that much air lacquer in the 80s and 90s. Our dad used to say I had my own hole in the ozone layer, lol.
Brought me to a question here.
Go on.
Do you know, paranormal investigators we want the science community to take us serious,
Mm-hmm.
but are they encouraged by governments to stay the fuck away from us?
It's quite possible, Sam.
Probably, yeah.
It's quite possible that they already know the answers to what we're looking for, and they don't want us to find them out.
Yeah.
And the best way to do that is to keep away from us, so that the technology doesn't develop fast enough for somebody on an amateur level like us to discover things that they don't want us to know about.
Yeah. Because it is very strange, because we've got the people that the science community look down upon ghost hunters as as thrill seekers and stuff like that. But I think there's a little bit more to it than that.
Yeah, I do so.
It's not fully about clickbait videos and stuff.
No.
But I think it goes way, way deeper than that.
The thing is, for me personally, I think there is enough credible evidence out there for mainstream science to think there's something here, but yet they avoid it like the plague. You know, it's like there's some kind of invisible wall there that they're encouraged not to cross. Stephen says exactly, Brett. That's what they are doing. Yeah, I do believe that science probably does have a lot of the answers, Sam, now, but they have been told not to pursue it, and publicly, because if the public start to, because let's be honest, once mainstream science got involved, then we'd get access to a lot more sophisticated scientific equipment, cheaper, and we'd start discovering things that they maybe don't want us to know about at the moment.
Yeah, because when you look at the overall picture, we've got the best technology in the consumer market than we've ever had. Yet the paranormal community is basically stuck with a couple of people messing around in their shed and garage for that technology.
Yeah. Well, look at Microsoft. Look at Microsoft and Apple. That was exactly how they started off, in people's garages. Look where they are now.
Yeah.
All it would take is somebody like a Steve Jobs or an Albert Einstein with an interest in the paranormal to make a breakthrough that they could be silenced for. You never know. It could possibly happen.
Yeah.
Earth's axis going to cause changes in both polarities. Well, it's a known fact that the Earth every so often switches polarity. It's happened many times in the past, and apparently we are overdue a switch. Can you imagine the chaos that's going to cause to technology when the poles switch, and north is suddenly south and south suddenly north?
Yeah.
Okay, Joanne. You have a good night in bed. However that may be. That come out a bit wrong, didn't it? Have a good night in bed. I think I worded that slightly wrong. This is why I'd never get a TV contract.
Or a radio contract.
No. How could scientists now say they have proof after ridiculing the paranormal community for so long? I don't think they'd be admitting they were wrong, ETA. I think it would be a case of they don't want certain information getting out to Joe Public at the moment. Because look how secret splitting the atom was kept until the bomb was developed, the atomic bomb. It was all kept very super secret. The Manhattan Project, it was super secret until it was finished. And have they discovered something along paranormal lines that could be as, prolific as the nuclear bomb? Can you imagine if they've got proof of life after death? Imagine the social implications of them coming out and saying we have definitive proof that you survived death. The suicide rates worldwide would be phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. People who are having an hard time now would think, well, bugger it, if there's somewhere nicer to go to, and, off they'd go. It could be something as profound as that. What do you two think?
Well, yeah, I agree, to be fair. I mean, a resetting of yourself would become quite a common thing, I think.
Yeah.
If you weren't happy with how things are turning out, just reset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam?
I have to be honest with you and say I was distracted there with my dog looking for something to eat.
Right. ETA said, how could scientists now say they have proof after ridiculing the paranormal community for so long? They would have to be admitting that they were wrong. And I said, not necessarily. It may be that they're not admitting something because they don't want it getting out because of the social implications. Scientists could actually now have proof of life after death, but they won't admit it because of the social implications of mass suicides around the world and stuff. You know, if people realise that there's an option to go to somewhere nicer, everybody who's having a shitty life would suddenly top themselves.
Well, that would be true too, but we're going back to also back to finance.
Mm-hmm.
The scientists most likely know more than we are led to believe.
Yeah.
And of course, it's down to money, and that's why a lot of our information isn't open knowledge.
Well, you imagine if they've discovered that they've proven that there's a soul, and they've found some way of actually containing that soul and sticking it in another body. You know, rich people could technically live forever.
Well, they've been freezing a lot, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah.
To what ends?
Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
Walt Disney's head is it ain't all his body; it's just his head. Walt Disney had his head frozen. You know, so
You wanted that.
not only have they,
Walking around on some metal spider legs.
exactly. The only way he's going to be able to continue now is if they find some way of transplanting his consciousness into another body. Unless, they can build him a nice fancy cyber body. So did Walt Disney have knowledge of something? Because he was one of the money people, let's be honest.
Oh, definitely.
Did he have knowledge that at some time in the future he only needed his head kept preserved to bring himself back? Because just preserving the heads, apparently, I didn't realise this until a few months ago when I watched a program on cryogenics, that just preserving the head is quite common nowadays. They don't preserve the whole body. A lot of people just have the head preserved. So, and it's only rich people, So, are they in the know about something that in the future is going to come up?
Then again, these people, when you think about these people that have their heads frozen, they have lots of money.
Yeah. Well, it was only a couple of years ago when the leash ran out on his head. Believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, and the Disney company had to have a big board meeting to discuss whether they were going to carry on keeping it paying to keep it frozen, but they decided to. His head was on a leash, believe it or not. But they've extended it again. But it does make you wonder if they know something that poor people don't.
Yeah.
If they've got access to knowledge.
Well, it's said that these people are. Well, it is said that these people that are frozen, they actually don't know the technology yet, and that's why they're frozen until they come up with the technology that could possibly bring them back to life.
But who says it hasn't, Sam?
Possibly.
Who says it ain't already happening, where they're being transferred into new bodies and just going off and living a nice little quiet life somewhere?
Yeah.
There's no assurances that it ain't already happening. I know we're getting into conspiracy theories here, but this is rich people we're talking about. And if if there is things like super governments, who's to say that the likes of Walt Disney and Steve Jobs and whoever have had the money to transfer somewhere else?
Yeah. YouTube, we're talking about the paranormal, not talking about conspiracy theories, so don't give us a hard time.
Jolter says, will he not be freezer burned by now? I don't know how it works, Jolter. It's something to do with the cryogenic process that stops all that. What were you going to say, Andy?
I was going to say, did you watch all, like, Black Mirror and all that?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, did you not? 'Cause that's very, like, sort of technological, but, like, weird stories, if you will, And there were one of the episodes in that really got me in. It were about, at Point to Death.
Mm-hmm.
They were downloading people's, like, consciousness.
Yeah.
And putting them into the cloud.
Right.
And I was like, oh, that's cool, and they were living lives.
Yeah.
In death.
In a cyber world.
in a cyber world, full lives, like people that are getting together and they could be put back together in there, and they pick what ages they want to be, what setting, and everything like that.
But that could also tie into the Matrix theory that's popular at the moment, couldn't it, Andy? Where people say they've witnessed glitches. Could we all be living in that kind of little cyber world now? And you never know, do you?
You don't, do you? You really don't.
I must have bought the fucking economy package.
Well, obviously, we're in real version as well.
I most definitely bought the economy package.
I mean, some very interesting storylines. I mean, like one of them, like a social media one,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like basically every camera is recording people, and you get to vote on people.
Right.
So if I have an interaction with you when I've had a good one, I can 5-star you.
Yeah.
And the more your stars go down, the more you're locked out of society, so you never be able to catch a flight, hire a car, you'll be locked out of your bank,
All right.
and it'll destroy your life. And apparently China's starting to implement this from this bloody TV show.
Yes, I've heard about that. It's something to do
Yeah.
with they do some kind of you're rated in China now,
Yeah.
and it can literally wreck your life.
Yeah, you all got foretold in this bloody Black Mirror a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange stuff.
I remember reading about that recently in China, where everybody's got some kind of rating, and then it depends on what they have access to and stuff. It's actually quite frightening if you think about it.
It is. On one hand, it's really there's good aspects to it, but then there isn't. Because it can take away some of these awful behaviours that people do to each other.
Yeah.
Like frauding and lying and stealing and all this. But then on the other hand, there's no worse than people for being nasty to others and purposely destroying people.
No.
So it's like it's a crazy concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that actually. It was there's a person, an American person that's living in China that I'm actually subscribed to, and this is going on, and even for this person to be in the World Wide Web, as in the internet and on YouTube, she can't just simply click on YouTube and away you go. You have to go through a kind of you have to be anonymous to get.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, because if you've got a certain rating, you're not allowed access to the internet, and then depending on what your rating is in China is what they allow you to access on the internet.
Yeah. So what this person is probably doing is probably illegal.
Yeah.
Being in touch with the outside world. And when you think about that, it's one of the most, one of the countries that is growing so much in the technology sector. I mean, way back in the 70s and 80s, we British, made a lot of things.
Yeah.
And you think, for example, the car industry. The car industry is now squeezed down to the major manufacturers, and all these other companies have been sold to China.
Yeah.
And that includes Volvo.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah. Becky's put it knocks your rating down if you buy beer and cigs, but puts it up if you were buying nappies. You'd all be screwed with Baculol. Jesus Christ, I'd have a minus credit by now then.
That'd be
My system just said smoke nappies.
that'd be like living in a computer game, wouldn't it?
But that is what it's getting to in China now, Sam.
Yeah.
That is exactly how it is going in China now. You've got this rating, and it limits certain things you can do, or what you've got access to.
That's crazy.
It's a frightening way of living. Frightening way of living.
It's going into the dystopian future, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
The old taking away your emotion and you're living exactly under a perfect control. It really is. You know, I can see it happening one day. There's going to be a big breakdown in society.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try. Obviously, if they're implementing stuff like that, it's going to start catching on in other countries.
Yeah.
Right. So taking away your choice,
Yeah.
it's there. That's foundation of it.
Yeah.
You know, you think you've got a choice to be a better person, but then for people like me and you, Brett, we like a horror film.
Yeah.
That'll be frowned upon, so you get rated down.
Yeah.
You know, so then that goes into art taste, music taste.
Yeah.
You're becoming a blander person.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to be.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's dangerous territory.
Mass control.
Yeah. In a very sly way as well.
Becky says it gets to a point with the rating system where if you have a bad one, you have no way to get it back up again, so you're screwed. Yeah. And this is why a lot of people are killing themselves in China, innit? Over this rating. This was what it was actually about, Andy. The program I watched on it was that how the suicide rate in young men had soared in China,
Really?
and it was all to do with this rating system. But we'd have to get all the crystals out of the nappies and learn how to smoke them. So we'd have a good rating and could carry on smoking. But see, I honestly believe that the planet and nature balances itself out. And I know this sounds awful, but I think this is why, you get a lot of famines and stuff in Africa. Because it's nature's way of saying there are too many people on the land for the land to support.
Yeah.
And I know man can gloss over nature to a certain extent, but I think it reaches the point where even that ain't enough. I believe it's nature's way of saying there is too much of a population in an area, and this is why you get these famines and all sorts of horrible things. And no matter what we do, we'll never prevent it because nature is constantly working to revert the balance. There's just too many of us on the planet now. Simple as. Or too many of us on the planet in certain areas.
In certain areas, yeah. I was thinking that.
And it's all to do with the Gaia theory and everything. The Earth actually maintains itself. And as much as we like to think, we control our environment, nature ultimately controls everything.
Oh, God, it does.
Regardless of what we do.
Yeah.
Yep, Chris, Earth does heal herself. Big it up, ladies. Who's to say Earth's not a man? Just because they call her Mother Earth, who's to say she ain't a man?
I would say it's gender neutral.
Yeah, and I would.
At least a perfect balance of both.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think,
Yeah.
because I think, I think the common theme of balance runs right across this planet.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It is a massive key to everything.
Yep. And as soon as that balance goes one way or the other, something happens to revert the balance back.
Yeah.
I really do believe stuff like that happens. I do, and I think it's like the Chinese yin yang, innit? Because if you go back to a lot of these ancient civilizations, everything they did was governed around balance. Even the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Incas, and the ancient, everything was engineered around balance. Everything.
Yeah.
It ain't a modern concept. It's it's something that's been going for as long as we've been on the planet. A transsexual Earth. No, I don't think it's transsexual. I think it's a balance of male and female aspects. Because transsexual suggests it's going from one sex to another, where I think it actually balances between the two.
Yeah.
Which won't please the politically correct nowadays because they'll want Earth to have at least 100 genders.
I'm not going into that. I'm definitely not going into that.
All right.
Well, my son has actually got a friend who insists you call them it, and I just find that really disrespectful. I'd rather just call him he or she. I just find, to me, calling somebody, and it's their personal preference, Andy, but they like to be referred to as it, not he or she.
That's, for me, I can't help but get my head into a point of thinking like an inanimate object.
Yeah,
with that.
yeah, exactly.
That's how, yeah.
It's like I don't like saying to women, all the while. I'd rather use a woman's name because I think it's really rude to rip, there. I just think it's really disrespectful. I suppose it's just the way you're brought up, innit?
Well, yeah.
So what gender is... The moon is apparently female and the sun is male. In most beliefs. Would you agree with that, Andy?
Yeah. Because you think like back to Egyptians and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, most civilizations have considered the moon to be female and the sun to be male. Even though technically they're not linked. But to a lot of... But they're not, are they, Andy? But to a lot of the early civilizations, the sun came up and the moon buggered off. Then the moon came up.
Visual, isn't it?
Yeah, so, so that's why they were linked like that. But, traditionally the moon is considered the female of the two and the sun is considered the male. And as for the stars, I've no idea. Moon and tide's night, yes, female. The sun, male. Boys get called sunshine. Exactly. Boys get called sunshine. And that's exactly where it comes from. It's amazing where where a lot of these sayings come from. It's like Saved by the Bell. A lot of people think it's to do with boxing, but it actually goes back to being buried alive in Victorian times. So they used to have a little bell outside the grave that they could ring, in case, if they woke up and they weren't dead.
Yep.
And that is where it comes from, innit, Sam? Saved by the Bell. It's not actually a boxing term. It's to do with being buried alive. And believe me, it happened a lot in the Victorian times.
Yeah, it was something to do with a certain disease.
Yeah, and it basically sent them like a zombie for 24 hours or however long.
Yeah. And you could be classed as dead, but actually still sort of barely taken over kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what I can't remember what the disease was called, but it was a common thing, and that's why it was a bell and a piece of string sent down into the coffins.
And tied around the finger, so they could wiggle the finger and summon people that they were still alive. Yeah. Well, Andy, you know when they've moved a lot of these old Victorian churchyards, and they've moved the bodies, they've actually found claw marks on the inside of the coffin lids. It was apparently extremely common in Victorian times to be, it weren't a rare occurrence. It was quite common for people to be, accidentally diagnosed as dead when they weren't. That for me would be my ultimate nightmare because I'm claustrophobic. That for me, I'd wake up, realise I was trapped under 6 foot of dirt and have an heart attack and die straight away anyway. I wouldn't have a chance to ring the bell. I'd just panic and it's caused me to have an heart attack.
I think Ian Norman, I think he spent, was it 24 hours or a week? I can't remember which, but I know he got into a coffin. He's a paranormal investigator. He's British, and he used to be part of Haunted Australia. And he's completely different now. He's got a beard now, but he used to have tattoos, and he used to be a bare fist knuckle fighter. But he's also psychic as well. He's part of Haunted Australia. Why he spent so much time in a
Sorry, I'm
hospital.
laughing at Chris's comments, Sam. Sorry. He's put these days just put an iPhone in the grave and then so they can message you, I'm a celeb, get me out of here. Thing is, if you're 6 foot under, would you get a phone signal? No, more look, I'd have no signal. Exactly.
It's called catalepsy.
Yeah.
I thought we were on about cat.
Yeah. Well, it's catatonic, innit? It's somewhat stupid. Like your heartbeat slows down to like 1 or 2 beats a minute. It's that slow, but you are technically still alive. And then, you know, a couple of days later, you revive and you're 6 foot under in your coffin. So that was why, you know, it was only for rich, and it was only for rich people. You know, they could afford to be buried this way with a little bell and stuff. And they used to jingle it for people to come and dig them up. But could you imagine being stuck there waiting for him to dig you up? Hoping that somebody was in the graveyard to hear it? Oh, because I am really badly claustrophobic. Really badly. I just couldn't have, you know, they'd have had to bury me with 200 cigarettes for me to calm down while I'm waiting for somebody to dig me out. I'd be chain smoking in my coffin.
I was just thinking of the phone thing. You come back on Facebook and scare the life out of everybody.
Could you imagine coming on YouTube? I'm live streaming from my coffin while I'm waiting for people to dig me up.
Do you reckon that's why the old bodies are a while longer than are then?
Do you reckon why what?
You know, because like usually in these days, bodies are held a lot longer than they used to be, aren't they? You know, before you get your burial or your cremation or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that a little bit of it is part of that superstition?
Well,
like it's carried in a way.
There's actually a woman, Andy, and there's a video of her on YouTube, and she's got that catatonia thing, and she has actually woken up in the morgue 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Apparently, the one time she woke up, they were just about to do an autopsy on her, but apparently she's aware of what's going on. You know, she's fully aware of everybody around her, but has got no vital signs. And if you Google it on YouTube, she is on there, and I think she's woke up in a morgue 2 or 3 times. But the one time they were about to perform an autopsy on her, they'd got the scalpel hovering over her when she finally snapped out of it. But she knew they were about to do it.
I never worked in a morgue.
Well, my sister was a medical secretary back in the Midlands, and they were doing the morgue out the one year, and they got the bodies out, and they put party hats on them and everything, and they were having a Christmas party with the corpses in the morgue, and my sister hit the roof and reported them all for it. The morticians had actually got them all out of the freezers, and they'd propped them up round the table or wherever it is they do, and they'd stuck party hats on all the corpses and stuff, and they were having a Christmas party with all the stiffs.
Oh,
And that my sister actually reported it. There was a load of shit caused over it because of how disrespectful they'd been with the bodies. But I suppose in that kind of job, you've got to have some kind of sense of humour to cope with it.
Yeah.
But they'd actually propped them up. They'd sat them up in chairs round the table and stuck party hats on them, and they were having a full-blown Christmas party with all the stiffs in the morgue.
gosh.
And they caught a bloke at the other hospital she worked at. One of the porters, he was a morgue dogger, shall we say?
Oh no.
Yep, and he was caught.
Oh, God.
He was actually caught in the hospital in the act. See, I hope I die in a blaze of glory, so nobody gets me body for any time. You know, I hope I go out in some fiery explosion. I get death and cremation all at once. But yeah, my sister worked in the hospitals in the Midlands for years, and she said, a lot of what went on, you wouldn't, and it's no disrespect to anybody who works in the NHS, because, I've got every bit of respect for them, but a lot of it did actually a lot of it was centred around the people who worked in the morgues. It seems to attract that certain type for some reason. I watch Ask the Mortician on YouTube. What would you want to ask the mortician? Is there a program called Ask the Mortician? Ow!
Don't know, and it's not something I would watch.
No, mate. My lighter's just electrocuted me. Hey, Kid Andy, I've just clicked it to light it, and this is shot a buzzle down my thumb.
Yeah, I've had that before.
When your light is actually a taser.
Yeah. It's just electrocuted me. You know them joke ones you used to get from Blackpool, where you pressed them. It's just done that to me. Not as bad, but it's just sent a nasty buzzle down my thumb.
Or you can get a nasty shock from one of those.
Yeah, it's just give me a right shock. I'm frightened to click the bugger again now. Oh,
I have a habit of dismantling things and seeing how they work and stuff. Oh, I know how they work, alright.
Well, that one works. It's just shock, mate. There is lol on YouTube. What the hell would you want to ask a mortician? It ain't the sort of thing. I don't know why I wouldn't even want to watch it. Did they actually cut bodies up on YouTube? Screw that. My sister's actually been, that museum they've got in London with all the bodies, Andy?
Alright.
My sister's actually been there because they have to go as part of the training and stuff.
Alright, yeah.
And she said, and there's all sorts, our bodies sliced into thin chunks and stuff, so you can see them all in section. It says it was fascinating, but not something I wanted to see again. It ain't open to the public, but, it says some of the stuff in there, you wouldn't believe it.
I'm extremely squeamish.
Yeah, I am Sam.
Disturbing me right now, so it is.
I am Sam. I can't even watch people having an injection on TV. I have to turn away because I've got a terminal fear of needles. I can't even watch anybody else having one. And if there's some kind of horror film where they're about to poke a needle in somebody's eye, forget it. Forget it. There's absolutely no way on earth I'm going to watch it. No way.
I'm not too bad watching like fake stuff, all like medical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if it's fake medical, I'm not very bothered about that. No.
No, I can't. Anything to do with needles and eyeballs. That's it. That's well out the realms of what I'm prepared to watch. It really is. But literally, if even if the what was it, Alby City or anything was on, if anybody was getting an injection, that was it. I couldn't look. I always turn away and say, "Ask Jace if they're finished stabbing them." I just can't cope with it.
Yeah, I did get an injection every month, and I actually have to pick up the injection myself. And I actually have 2 of them injections right now, and I just give up looking in the box. When you see the legs,
I just couldn't stand. I've always said and my mother's developed diabetes in later life, but luckily she ain't at the needle stage yet. It's tablets, but I've always said if I contract diabetes, I'm gonna have to die, Andy. Because I'm gonna have to die. It's as simple as that. Because I used to work with a guy and he used to stab himself in the stomach with them every day at work, with his insulin. I couldn't do it. I physically, if I get diabetes or anything that requires me to stab myself with a needle, I'm afraid I'm going to have to die. Because my fear of needles will override my fear of death.
Yeah.
It really will.
And that's exactly how. Now I understand you understand when I laid on that table with my arm thing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to put that cannula in my arm.
Yeah.
And our fate. You know, I've had chicken wings myself. You know, like
Yeah.
with my arms.
Yeah.
And I was just like, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though we're happening. Yeah, and they were like, well, what are you going to do? And I was like, oh, wait, see what happens.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, we had somebody come to our house to do blood tests on us because we've got a congenital disease in the family. It actually killed 3 of my brothers and sisters, and it affects my youngest sister, but luckily not me and my eldest sister. But they came to do the test to find out whether we'd got it, and I literally locked myself onto the door handle in the living room like a limpet, and it took 3 adults to get my fingers prized off the door handle because I refused.
Really?
Yeah, that's how bad I am. And I was only like 8 at the time, and they literally had to prize me off like a limpet. I was glued to the door handle, and they couldn't stab it in me because I was that tensed up. They couldn't stab me to get the blood out of me, and it literally took 3 adults to peel me off the door and pin me down while they got it. I'll never ever forget it. Never forget it as long as I live. But honestly, if I develop diabetes, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to die.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every so often I get bloods done.
Oh, Sam, no, no.
I have to sort of think, you know, it's not happening, so I'm looking up at the ceiling and stuff, and the next thing I say to the nurse, you know, this looks like a house from the outside, but I don't think it was a house. And then the nurse says, you're on the right track, what do you think it was? What's coming into my head is it used to be a mental hospital. She says, you're dead right. How do you know? I said, I haven't a clue. I was that concentrating on not concentrating on the needle that I came up with this. And actually, the place where I was in used to be a mental hospital. You know, I don't know, you know what I mean? I was just so much in the zone that I just didn't want to have anything to do with this needle, you know?
Mhm. And after, you know, once it's over and done with, it ain't as bad, but you just build the fear up that much. I just couldn't physically shove a needle in myself. I just couldn't. I just physically couldn't do it.
Yeah, I get one once a month, and it just, to me, I'm used to it now. I just turn off to it, you know?
Oh God, no. I'd have to die. Sorry.
You know?
I just couldn't.
I'm that bad with having my blood done last time I went, right? I'm laid like a proper diva with a cold can of coke on my forehead.
I'll cry like a baby, Andy. If they tell me I've got to have bloods, I'll cry like a baby.
You know what was thinking about it was? You know what I mean? I told her I was a really bad patient for having all this done, right? So she tried it in one hand, and with panic and stress, having my vein collapse, right? So she went, oh, we're going to have to cut the other arm, and I was like, well...
I'd have been, now fuck off, you've had your one and only chance.
And then you know what she did? She went to the other one, and she went to the nurse, to the training, she went, can you hear that glugging? And that was it. I gone, you know, sparkles in eyes and buzzing in ears, and I was like, you absolute idiot. You know, just that word, that glug, because it was very vile. And then I looked up on a shelf, and you know what she got off a shelf? Count Dracula.
You're joking.
And I was like, what's going on here? What's going on? They're actually proud of the vampires. You know?
Gee, Chris says he used to staple himself in business studies in school. Jesus, some people are twisted.
Yeah.
Get Jace to stab you in the dark. I'd have to, Stephen. I'd have to. But I wouldn't be able to, because if I knew he was going to do it, every sound he made, I'd be running to the other side of the room. The only way he'd do it was if he got the needle, they'd tell me, and then just got me by surprise, sort of thing. Because that's the only way it'd work. I physically couldn't do it, Andy. I just physically couldn't do it.
No. I don't think I could do that.
You know, when people say, oh, no, if it come to it, you'd do it. I wouldn't, because I've got no fear of dying. But I've got a huge fear of needles.
Yeah, this is it, innit?
You know, I'd rather go, well, see you all, fuck the needle.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what it'd be, Sam. Oh, it would. I pierce my... And you know, piercings don't bother me. Ain't that weird?
I'm not really keen on mine either.
Because then that quick it's over and done with, but you can actually feel the needle inside. I've had my tongue pierced, I've had my nose done, I've had my eyes done. I actually want my tongue re-pierced, actually. And I want my eye redone. But, you know, that don't bother me. But the thought of sticking a needle in your arm now, no way. No way. Never going to happen. But the bloke I used to work with, he used to stab himself in the stomach with his insulin. And I used to panic for him. He was perfectly happy. He used to make me ill. He used to make me physically ill, Andy. In the end, he used to have to go and, leave the office and do it somewhere else because I couldn't cope with it, not him. I just couldn't cope with it.
They're used to it, they're immune to it, you know?
Yeah. Well, my mum has to do... My mum has to do the blood testing every day, and it's only a little clicker thing.
Oh, clicker, that hurts though.
And it talked me into doing it the one day, Andy, because it says it day hurt. I nearly flaked. I nearly passed out. I kid you not.
It does.
It hurt.
It's proper.
It hurt.
It's like a really heavy, sharp, dull stabbing pain.
Yeah.
It's awful.
It's like somebody has stapled your thumb.
Yeah.
And it made me cry, and I went white and nearly passed out.
No, I'm not into that either.
I could not. I pray to God or whoever's listening that I never get diabetes. Honestly. Because it'll be the end of me, I'm afraid. Unless I can control it by tablets. I want one of them Star Trek ones, because apparently they've developed them now, ain't they, where it pressurises through the skin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently they have actually developed ones that do that now.
Right.
I could probably cope with that, as long as it ain't, don't feel like I need. And yet tattoos don't bother me,
Yeah, they're a lot different though, aren't
because
they?
to me it don't feel like being stabbed with a needle. It feels like you're being scratched with a hot wire, which is an entirely different sensation.
Yeah.
My guitar pricks me. That's my daily blood test. Lol, clearing the thing. Oh God. But no, I couldn't cope with needles.
No.
But I've got no fear. It ain't a fear of blood. I ain't got a fear of blood or anything. It's the needle itself, because a lot of people, it's the fear of blood for a minute. But that don't bother. Well, I can't say I'm fond of seeing myself bleed, but blood don't bother me as such.
And I'm better with seeing myself bleed than other people.
And I am, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I worry if other people bleed. Because then I start to think, well, should I really pull the knife out or just leave it there?
ETA says I pierced my own tongue.
Yeah, I know.
Oh God.
Well, the way they do it, the way they pierce your tongue, Sam, I don't know how he's done it, because believe me, they get a big pair of tongues and they pull your tongue out, and it's like circles on the end, and then they just stab a big needle through the middle of the circle.
Oh.
And that's how they do it. So how he's done it himself, I do not know. But I don't mind. I don't mind my tongue getting pierced at all.
I pierced my own ears, but I was absolutely cabbaged at the time.
You ended up with both your nostrils pierced.
I was drunk as a skunk when I pierced my own ears.
I've actually re-pierced my ear before, where when the holes grew over and I've just stabbed the thing back through it.
Yeah.
I've done that, but who's Tanya Bradders? Hashtag get fucked.
Oh.
Hashtag goodbye comment.
Visually.
Yeah.
I wish.
How can you cope with that, Brett? The thought of it. Honestly, it don't feel as bad as it sounds, guy. They just pull you. They literally pull your tongue out with a pair, like a big pair of tongues, and just stab straight through, and it's done. I used to work as a tattooist, and our piercer showed me how to do it. Andy used to do tattoos as well. Did you do piercings as well, Andy?
No, Becky was starting to look into that though. She was learning how piercing side of things.
Because nowadays they do it with a gun, don't they? And it's just click, and it's done.
Well, it is for ears, and sometimes they use it for nose, but I won't suggest it for nose. It's more blunt force in it rather than sharp. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've had my tongue pierced, I've had my nose pierced, I've had my eyes done repeated times. I had implants in the back of my neck. They made me feel a bit sick because they did feel like I was having an injection. Yeah, and then it lasted 2 weeks. I was really pissed off. I had them done in Florida. They cost me $100 for 3, and then it lasted 2 weeks. They didn't take and they fell out. But yeah, I really want my, because I always said I would never get my tongue pierced, and when I did done, I loved it. It was my favourite piercing. So I wouldn't mind getting it done again.
I don't think I could do it.
I don't think I could do it to anybody else. I don't think I could pull the tongue out and stab a needle through it. It's like I don't think I could ever have a Prince Albert either, because the thought of it just makes me curl my legs up, Andy. I go into a fetal position just thinking about it. I just couldn't. And there's always that thought, if you get a bit, excited, you're going to rip it out or something. It's not my thing. No, honestly, I couldn't. I know a lot of people who've had it done, but just the thought of it. And, women have their lips and stuff done, don't they? No, it's on your eyebrows. The worst one was, having my nose done. Because you get the urge to pick it for ages. Because it feels like, you've got a bogey up your nose with the little thing sticking through. It takes ages to get used to. I've had injections all over my head through my life to try to numb my head and control my... Oh, I have migraines, but there's no way. I'd rather have the migraine than the needle, I'm sorry. I'm sure Jace would like the feel of a piercing on your tongue, Brett. He would. He would. I've had injections above the eyes, but in the eyes... Oh, no, I couldn't go. I couldn't. I'd freak.
What about them that have their eyes tattooed with that purple dye? Oh.
Oh, they have all sorts of weird and wonderful things now. Have you seen that guy who's made himself look like a lizard?
Yeah.
And he's had like the ridges and everything.
There was a tribe, and they used to call them crocodile men, where they used to get a blade and make lumps on their skins.
Yeah.
When a young guy got to when the young guy came to a certain age, they done a ceremony, and they used the blades to make these lumps to make them crocodile men.
Mm-hmm. But there's that cat guy as well, ain't there, who's had whiskers implanted and stuff? Oh, that makes me cringe. I got loads of tattoos. Tattoos don't bother me, but now injections are totally out for me. Now
I used to chuck Becky my gun and say, yeah, get them bits I can't reach.
Yeah.
And just like under the armpit, and that's one of the worst places I've ever. Just like, get on me.
He's actually gay. He's not only had like the ridges put on his eyes and stuff, and he's had his tongue split in half. He's actually had his entire body tattooed. Have you seen him, Andy?
Yeah.
He's had his entire body tattooed with green scales.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's actually coloured in green, isn't it?
Yeah. He's had his tongue split, and oh god. And then the cat bloke's got like great big whiskers coming out the side of his nose and stuff.
That's right. Oh, and through the cheeks as well.
Yeah. He appears on
Yeah.
chat shows now, guys. You know, he's made a career out of being a lizard. And the cat bloke. But the lizard bloke has actually had his tongue split, so he's forked like a snake.
That's right, cheaty Mark.
But I know some of the things people do. But there's people now, because apparently demon horns are quite popular now as well. To have, you know, like the nubs of horns on your brow and stuff.
Thing is, though, back in the day, arms were considered a sign of wisdom, weren't they?
Yeah.
Back in ancient times.
Yeah.
Like, people obviously used to wear them. But there's folklore out there of people starting to develop, you know, bony growths like arms.
Yeah.
That were highly intellectual.
I've also seen the cat person. Yeah, there's some people out there who've done some really strange and incredible things to themselves. But I know horns. I was watching that the other day about it's a Desmond, and I think this is what it is. It's because of popular media culture that, you know, demons are a popular thing now. That people want to start, but they're having like implants in the obviously not full horns, but them like little stubs, like what's his name off Return of the Sith?
Oh, Darth Maul.
They like Darth Maul. Yeah, they look like Darth Maul. Them kind of horns and stuff. You know, like the little nubby ones.
Yeah.
The thing is it's something you've got to really want, because it ain't like something you can get rid of at a later date, is it? It ain't like taking an earring out or something like that.
That's it, isn't it?
You can't just remove your own stubs once you get bored of them.
Do an elbow and grind them off with grinding.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Imagine the vibrations to your head. Oh, God. Dremel, huh?
Get the Dremel on them. I can't come out tonight, I'm just sanding my horns.
It's wash my hair.
It could be a new look for the channel. I should get myself a pair of horns and have myself tattooed red.
I think you should do it.
No, I shouldn't. I could call myself Zozo. Oh,
Your channel will take off then, big time.
when do you think he's going to make a resurgence, Zozo? He's got to be due one.
By 3 weeks.
Well, his birthday's March, innit? So I wonder if it'll be round about Marchish time he'll come back again. See, I was really upset Goatman never really took off, because I was really looking forward to Goatman. You know, because there was somebody up here trying to claim that Goatman was appearing in various cemeteries in Rotherham, and I was so hoping it was going to take off. Yeah, it's cold. I'm busy sanding my horns.
We could make it happen, power YouTube.
I should do a GoFundMe, shouldn't I? GoFundMe, I want a pair of horns. And then buy myself a Canon camera instead. You know, it'd be a nice image, wouldn't it, for YouTube? If you turn yourself into a demon. I don't know whether I'd fancy my tongue being split.
Well, this is it.
Honestly, don't know whether I could cope with my tongue being split. You'd have to have a tail attached and everything, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, you'd have to go full.
You know, if you can go in the full hog, and how would you turn your feet cloven? You'd have to be, them little Japanese women who used to crush the feet.
Crush the feet up, yeah.
In the shoe, and the toes used to curl over and everything. You'd have to do that between gods and humans.
You'd save plenty of money at Halloween time.
Yeah, you'd never have to bother with a costume, would you? Actually,
No.
actually, Halloween. You know, you go to an Halloween party dressed normal in a suit.
There's only a certain amount of professions you'd be able to do. You can't exactly say, "Trust me, I'm a doctor." With
You mean?
horns sticking out.
Well, there's only one. There's only one profession you'd be able to do. Funny farm resident.
Lawyer. Lawyer.
Yeah, lawyer.
Yeah, later.
Nightclub owner. That'd be quite cool.
Oh, that's right, gay. If I had a pair of horns, I'd have finding demons chasing after me.
Mhm.
Wonder what who did with his penis? Who we on about, Stephen?
I think he was referring to the lizard man. I
Well,
think.
lizards normally have two, so he'd have to have an extra one sewn on. Most reptiles have got two. Believe it or not.
He either had his own one halved or
Oh.
else
Oh.
sewn on.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, could you imagine it? Oh, don't even go there, having it split in half like your tongue. I'm going in this week to have my tongue done. Next week I'm having my willy.
be like a sausage to have on the pan, and you didn't
Oh,
pierce a hole in it and just burst. So
oh, Sam, shut up. Oh, it's just making me cringe now.
I see live's gone down pan again.
Yeah, it always does towards the end of the night. They always resort
Yeah.
to this at the end. Well, if you can't have a laugh, it ain't worth living.
don't know if it's paranormal. It was definitely not normal.
Should be above subnormal. Well, the cat man could still have one, because cats have willies, Stephen. You know, get a male cat and have a look. You'll see he has got a willy. But most reptiles do actually have two, believe it or not, and they tend to favour one or the other. What the fuck's a
I don't know
purple
what to
rain?
say- Oh, what to say about that?
What's a purple rain? Stevens.
Oh, I get it.
What is it?
It's in regards to the myths around Prince, isn't it? Removing his own ribs so he could suck his own willy.
I can
A purple rain.
I can do that anyway. Don't need to remove any ribs. Why was your friend showing you his Prince Albert, Stephen? It always does, Guy. It always does.
Welcome to the world of the paranormal.
Yep, most definitely.
Oh, purple rain.
So if I'm going to turn into a lizard, what you're going to turn into, Andy? You're going to have wings implanted on your back.
Win.
You got to have wings. Oh, and you got to call yourself Tingleberry.
Hey, that's actually come out of a box.
I know. Showing the size of what it looked like. I wouldn't want to know. It'd make me cringe, Stephen. It really would make me cringe. They normally have a big ring, don't they?
I think the bigger the ring, the
Stop
more
it, Sam.
abnormal the- I just realised what you said.
Oh God!
comment stuck in the end, Sam.
Apparently, it makes it difficult to pee, doesn't it? You've got to pee sat down.
Well, it's going to affect the flow, innit? You're going to have to learn to redirect. you just got to you just got to have a good knowledge of ballistics. I'd get wings and become a fairy. Oh, see, Gay'll have wings with you, Andy. You got to decide which type you're gonna have. There, you're gonna have Mothman type wings, or butterfly wings, or birdie type wings.
More like bat wings.
I'd like bat wings. They go with my horns and my split tongue. That's just too much information, Chris. I pee a lot in the winter, like 4 times a night. Well, I highly suggest you don't get a Prince Albert then. I don't know. I don't know why people do it. Depends on how much you drink, Chris. I just pee more when I'm cold. See, Gay wants butterfly wings. Could you imagine though if we actually had wings? What a nightmare putting clothes on would be.
Oh yeah, I know.
How would you get your wings through the?
You'd have to have holes, cut it back on them all the time, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but you'd have to have holes that are a lot bigger than the wings. And then once you once you slid them down, there'd be like a great big slit down the back. But they'd only be like joined onto your back for a little bit, wouldn't they?
Be like muscle vests.
Yeah.
All your clothes.
You'd have to have them with magnetic strips so they snap back together once your wings are through. I wonder if there has anybody actually altered themselves to look like a fairy. Because I know they've done cats, they've done dogs, they've done lizards. I wonder if anybody has actually, to look elfin. Do you think anybody's had pointed ears?
Oh yeah.
They have?
Yeah. I've seen surgeries, yeah.
I've seen girls with pointed ears, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how they do it.
I've seen them.
They've got to stitch cartilage onto the top of your ears, ain't they?
It depends. I think if you've got big enough ears, like long enough, that they make like an incision and then they stitch it, they pull it tighter together to point it. But if it needed an extension, then yeah, that's actually sewing more cartilage on.
But you've got to ask yourself, how the fuck do these people find the doctors to do it? Do you just go on Craigslist and type or Fiverr? I'm looking for a plastic surgeon to do my elven ears.
There will be though. I mean, some body mods in tattoo places do it though, don't they? All that sort of stuff.
But they're on about regulating it all, ain't they? Even the piercings and stuff, they're on about regulating it more. But how the hell would you go about, like that lizard man? How the hell would you go about finding somebody willing to, to give you like ridged eyebrows and a snake jaw and stuff? Because surely it's going against, like medical convention and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was through the ordinary medical system, they would probably suggest that they go to a psychologist.
Well,
and have a couple of sessions with them to find out exactly why is it that they want to be like this. You know?
It's like them people who've got that condition where they're like bits cut off themselves, innit?
Mm-hmm.
And they've actually started doing that now after they've had sessions with a psychologist. They have actually started legally doing it now.
Yeah.
Have your ears peeled? I want my ears done. Oh God, no. I don't think I want anything stitched onto my ears.
I think in this country it would be very, very difficult because you would have the medical profession coming down on you like
Yeah.
a ton of
Do
bricks.
you think they go to places like Brazil and South America work? Because apparently the best plastic
Like
surgeons.
underground stuff.
Well, no, because apparently the best plastic surgeons in the world are in Brazil because there's no like legal
Alright.
restrictions for it, and that's where a lot of the famous people go is South America to have the plastic surgery
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, you can get private
Yeah.
plastic surgery and stuff.
It's like Sharon Osbourne. Look how many facelifts that has had. You know, it looks good.
Yeah,
There's no doubt it looks good, but I'm surprised they don't need to shave. Because
Yeah.
you know, because there's had that many pulls now, a fanny should be under a chin. They should have a goatee.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I went to England to get assessed for certain bits of plastic surgery, and it is actually very, very strict.
Yeah, well, a friend of mine, a transsexual friend of mine, went through her last year, and honestly, the process it took years, Sam. The process from start to finish took years. You know, I think it was something like 2 or 3 years of going to see a psychologist all the while, on a weekly basis practically before they agreed to do it. But has never been happier since. But over here, it ain't a fact of just walking into a plastic surgeon and saying I want this, that, or the other done. It's a load of psychological assessment first.
Yeah, but even the face, it's pretty strict.
Oh
you know?
God!
You have to be a certain weight, and you have to not be smoking, and vaping as well. Vaping is out as well.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, as I think they should see a psychologist before having the extras done. Yeah, I'm sure your psychologist's gonna love you when you walk in and go, "I want a pair of butterfly wings. What do you think?"
What do you think?
Some job trying to drive after that.
You would as well. Could you imagine trying to just sit on the sofa? You'd never be able to lie back ever again. How would you lie in bed? You'd have to sleep on your stomach all the while.
Yeah, you would.
I can't sleep on my stomach, so wings are mad for me, I'm afraid, unless I can wrap them round me before I go to sleep. You bastard! It's just electrocuted me again. Ow.
I think Jace has rigged it up.
I've got some spares, luckily. I'm going to chuck that in, I think. That's twice tonight it's electrocuted me.
Sometimes if those lighters get wet, they can shock you as well.
It's sitting on the table, it ain't been touched all night, and it's been fine. It's half empty now. And now it's starting to electrocute me. Have we been talking about electrocution tonight?
No. What sort of lighter is it?
Just a normal, refillable... It's one of them with the electric flinty thing on them.
Yeah.
And it's that's electrocuting. But they ain't got a battery, have they? I think the click actually generates the static. The fucking thing keeps static charging me every time I flick it.
I think there might be a tiny battery in it. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. I can't see
But
one.
the voltage is definitely boosted. Like, obviously, otherwise you wouldn't be shocked. Like,
It's actually shot right down my thumb again. It's a haunted lighter. Yeah, I'll do a video on it tomorrow. I'll stick it on a piece of white paper and draw an outline round it, and then leave it for an hour and see if it moves. I was going to do that up on the landing, where we have most of the stuff going on here. I was going to do an overnight thing with some trigger objects and see if anything moves. But now in my luck, Kaya had decided to come upstairs for once and knock the camera over.
Yeah. Speaking of electricity, we used to feed electricity into the atmosphere before doing certain parts of investigation, and you could smell the air burning.
The ozone.
Yeah.
Have either of you two ever used an EMF pump?
No.
Yes.
I've
Yes.
never used one either. Did you find they make any difference, Sam?
No. What I did find was I was in a place where it was renowned for draining batteries, and when I had the EM pump on, my instruments were fine. But once I turned the EM pump off, everything went dead. I mean, like everything. We had cases of equipment in this house, and we ended up.
Hang on, I'm just going to
there
talk
was-
to Jace. Can you two carry on chatting?
Yeah, there was about 10 of us, and we all had loads of equipment. And we left that house, and there was absolutely nothing working.
That's quite mad, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a place called the Cooney Ghost House.
Right.
You know, it has a haunted history, but there is a possibility that it could be on some sort of ley line or something.
Yeah.
You know, there's something.
It's been quite rare that we've experienced that sort of power drainage that quick. But we did have, you know, them big bloody, them balls that give that electric pulse. What were they called now? You touch them and it all electric goes to your fingers. Plasma ball. We had a right massive version of one of them, you know, like a big one. And we nature spirits that used to come here, they were scared of it. Every time we switched it on, they'd just disappear. Poof, gone.
Yeah.
You
People
know.
use the plasma ball and they look at it to find irregularities in the static feed. Well, what I done a video on it sometime last year. If you get one of those, you know, them energy saving bulbs.
Yeah.
And put it on something that you can stand it up and tape it and put it close to it so it lights up.
Yeah.
If spurt energy takes the energy from this plasma ball, it will take it from the ball, which means it will starve the bulb.
Yeah.
Bulb will go out.
Right.
And that's the way I use a plasma ball. It's in my I think it's in my equipment playlist.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than just looking at the ball as you know, looking for patterns and stuff. One of those bulbs with the gas in them, you know.
Right.
You know,
I want a plasma ball. When I went to Jace's for Christmas dinner yesterday, day before, he's got a big one that his sister had bought him, but it reacts to audio as well as touch.
Yeah.
You could set it to audio and stuff, but I've always wanted a plasma ball. I find them fascinating.
I like mine because it were just pure electric blue, but I find every time I put it on that, you know, like Stuart and that, they just disappear.
Oh, they don't like it.
Yeah, they absolutely hated it, which I found very strange.
Then you ever ask why?
No, I'd just kind of just put a stop to you know, just outright. Oof, I just stop using it. I think we get it away. You know?
All right.
It was 35 quid.
Oh no, they ain't cheap. Yeah, the EMF pumps, they're just an earth magnet on a motor, isn't they? That's all they are.
You do not want to get a headache by one of those.
Well, see this
It's like
this is the thing with EMF. You know, it's a medical fact. If you're in strong EMF fields, they can cause hallucinations and all sorts of things. So that's why I've never bothered using one, because you know you could see things and all sorts.
Yeah, no, well, what it does is it just gives you a cracking headache, and it gives you the feeling that your head is spinning. And similar to the way the motor is spinning with the magnet on it, your head is kind of spinning the same way, but you have this splitting headache for a while. It happened to me while I was building it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the computer to look up something, and I forgot that the EM pump was on, and it was right beside me. And next thing, I just got this cracking headache.
I'll give them a miss. I've never really bothered with them because using K2s and REM bears and stuff like that, it's just going to interfere with them anyway. You know, and it leaves. I always think it leaves yourself open to accusations of you fiddling, results, because there was a team earlier in the year, not a well-known team, but quite a small team, but they used to check their EMF pump on their investigations, but they wouldn't mention that it was actually there. And I noticed one of the things they used to do was stick it on the floor to the side of them. Then they'd start asking questions with the K2 meter and then slightly turn to the one side. So it brought the K2 meter nearer to the EMF pump and it'd trigger it. And that's one of the reasons I won't use them. Because, it does leave you open to, accusations of faking.
Well, Order of Magnitude done a video there on Mortis the Wizard, because people believe that this box was possibly a transmitter for a spirit box, but actually it was an EM pump. But normally what we use with an EM pump is we fill the atmosphere up with the electricity, and then we bring the equipment in, because if we use a taser or the plasma ball or any of those things, it can damage some equipment.
But don't the EMF field collapse as soon as you turn it off, Sam?
It kind of does, but the theory is it attracts them to the...
Oh, right. It's just to attract them rather than... See, because I'm of the opinion... The other thing that stops me using them is I don't subscribe to this theory that whatever you're talking to needs to draw your energy. I don't subscribe to that, because I think, if they're energy beings, they're self-supporting in some way.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they'd have to be stuck around humans all the time to keep charging themselves up. I've never been a subscriber to the, take my energy. I just think it's a little bit unnecessary.
Do you know, in respect to what we do, I've heard people talking about asking them to zap you with a bit of theirs.
Yeah.
Like switching it round and asking them to zap you with a bit of their energy so you come back a bit closer to their frequency.
Yeah.
I've heard that being talked about, which quite suits me, that one.
Yeah. Because there's loads of people when you watch them and they go, oh, it'll be quiet at first until they've drawn some of our energy. And I think, you ain't the fucking Duracell bunny. Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're some kind of battery for them. Now, me personally, I think, and I do believe that whatever we're in contact with is energy based. I think I think whether it be Fae or whether it be spirit side, I think they all operate on an energy level. And they don't need us to do anything.
Do you know what I think that might have happened there? About, use my energy? Zach Bagans.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Because if you think about it, the planet is one giant EMF pump. They can absorb all the EMF fields they need straight out the atmosphere. It's the magnetic fields around the Earth that stop us getting fried by the sun. There's enough magnetism out there for them to, they probably draw that like we breathe.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but they are energy beings, so they should be able to respond without using our energy. I do believe they use the batteries in things if they need to. Yeah, there's plenty of cases where batteries have been drained, but I don't know if that's as a direct result of them needing it, or if it's just some kind of side effect.
Bit of a byproduct of them being close.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think they're drawing the electricity out of the battery to use. I think it's just a case of one energy field and, coming into contact with the other, and whichever one's the biggest cancels out the other one. I tend to think, but that's my personal belief. I could be totally wrong on that. But for me, I think it's more of a fact that, that their energy overpowers whatever you're using. Because I had it up near, didn't I, Andy, with the REM bear, if you remember?
Yes, yeah.
He lasted all of 30 minutes before the battery went on him. It was a brand new battery.
Yeah. if multiple pieces of equipment start failing, then you sort of have something. Sometimes you never know, even a new battery may be faulty.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and sometimes readings on cameras, screens can be, not 100% accurate or whatever. Those batteries might be used for a very long time or whatever. But when you have multiple pieces of equipment going out at the same time in the same place,
Oh yeah, I've got no doubt, Sam, that there's more than enough evidence out there that batteries can be drained. But I don't necessarily subscribe to the theory that they're draining batteries to use it. I personally think it's just a side effect of what they are.
yeah. The other thing is, about when I did say Zach Bagels, but then there's people that feel like their energy has been drained.
Hmm.
And I'm just kind of wondering, would psychology or
Well, psychology could play a part. They could be being drained for all we know, but it's as much a chance of it being a psychology thing as it has been an actual physical thing.
they should have went to bed earlier the night before.
Yeah. Or,
But then
if they're expecting to feel drained, your mind can convince you of all sorts of stuff.
I mean, you've got natural attunement as well, like when you're doing your tarot card readings and that concentration and that,
Yeah.
tapping into, the intuition, and I mean that could have an effect as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because, it's all you do. You feel emotionally, mentally knackered at the end of it, especially when you've done 2 hours of it. But is that just the case of the constant concentration, or is it the fact I'm burning somewhere up? I don't know. Because I don't believe there's anything psychic about it, unless you class intuition as a psychic ability. But I don't believe I'm receiving instructions from dead people or anything regarding it.
Yeah.
I always say I'm as psychic as a wet cardboard box, me.
I found when I started coming away from going to locations and doing a routine of spirit box, this paratag, do this, and sitting down and listening and watching out, I felt like I was using, I was concentrating a while lot, and that possibly is a factor in itself.
Well, you do, especially with the spirit box, because you're concentrating on doing your stream, and then you're concentrating on your questions, and then you're having to concentrate on the responses. So your mind is constantly doing 2 or 3 things at once, all the while you're doing a spirit box, and there's no doubt it's mentally draining. But is that just the fact that that's an internal thing, or is it spirits or whatever you're communicating with causing it? Who knows?
Yeah, well, in my experience, I would put it down to concentration of watching and listening in the environment.
Yeah, so would I, Sam. But I wouldn't cancel out the possibility that there's an outside influence. But for me personally, I just think it's like anything else. If you concentrate for a long time, you feel mentally drained at the end of it.
It's funny. There's all these questions about the paranormal. There's hardly any answers.
Well, there is no answers, is there? There's only opinions. I don't think spirit use energy. I think they are energy. They are not a device that needs external source of energy. Exactly, Chris. I think whatever they are, they're perfectly evolved to adapting, to survive in in whatever environment they're in. I think they take in energy like we take in air. They don't need to suck it off people. There's enough natural electromagnetism around for them, if that's what they use to survive on. The entire planet's a giant bloody electromagnetic battery.
Do you know what I was wondering? I'm heading into a subject here. Do you know that there's people recently that decided they would strip back technology and go for bare bones, go into a place and listen and call out and stuff. Where do they think that breaking away from technology is going to find them answers, as opposed to people that use technical equipment?
That's a good question. That's a good question, Sam. See, because a lot of people who say, and I ain't knocking them, because it's as valid as a method as anything else, because we don't know. But if you look at the majority of haunted cases, things don't tend to appear on demand visually, do they?
Ever.
You know.
It's one of the most difficult outcomes to achieve in whatever you're looking for.
Yeah, how many cases have you ever heard where a ghost will manifest on request?
Yeah.
So in that respect, I think, they're making it harder for themselves. But on the flip side of that, if they do get a genuine capture, that's compelling evidence because they're using nothing but, but a camera. But, in this day and age, it's so easy to fake anything. So, the problem we face now is even if you get a genuine piece of evidence, there's always somebody out there who can reproduce it on Photoshop or whatever.
Yeah.
And this is the problem we've got now, that even a genuine manifestation could quite easily be claimed as, called out as a fake, even if it ain't.
Oh yeah, I mean, the certain situation. I want to bring it up slightly. But a friend of mine, you all know who he is, gets a certain thing to show up on many cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And is currently pulled away from us, of a certain reasons. He didn't want to work with us anymore. One of the reasons being that we spoke to this entity, always said, well, to show up, around us, because this thing had stopped doing it.
Yeah.
I honestly do not see any wrong in that. Now, we kind of get the gist that this person thinks that we want this entity for ourselves, and that what never the case. All I wanted, and this guy also had requested it, for this energy to show up on my camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would have loved that to validate him, because if I could have got it on mine, if somebody could have got it on theirs, whatever, as many different people get it on the cameras as possible.
Well, the more who capture it, the more validated it is, isn't it?
Exactly, and that puts you to top of food chain in what you're getting.
Instantly. If somebody's getting a phenomenon appearing regular, right, and I ain't just referring to them, I'm referring to anybody.
Yeah.
If they're getting a phenomenon regularly, but they're the only one who's recording it in a room full of people, you have got to ask, is it genuine? You've got to, Andy.
It's a logical, common sense question, of course. Yeah.
Because if they can suddenly stop that camera and show you live, here it is, fair enough. But if they're going home and then putting it up at a later date, you've got no proof that video's ain't been altered in between.
Yeah.
None whatsoever, have you? The only way that somebody can prove that is if they do a film and then immediately play it on somebody else's camera so that you can see that it's done.
Yeah.
But if I think if I was in that situation, I'd welcome as many people as possible to catch it, because for me that would personally validate it for me as well.
And not on a sinister level neither.
No.
It's not not to make money on it or sell it, but just to go look.
Yeah.
It's 100%. It's crossing over onto other cameras, and that's all. That were always the case. That. Yeah.
And this is what when it comes back to, the community starts to needs to be more sharing with their ideas and stuff, because it's all this constant hoarding and this is mine sort of thing. This is what's causing the damage to the community. Rather than people being more willing to share what they're finding, or to ask people to come in and, what the friggin' hell's the matter with you? Coco's just jumped up like someone's bitter. Um,
Oh.
you know, the more we share with each other, the more chance we've got of proving stuff.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
a
like,
closer step to answers, isn't it?
yeah.
You know.
When it comes to technology ideas and that, very often people keep that to themselves because they want to make money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why, this idea of the small little black REM pods, the reason why I made that public, even though some other people already knew how to do these and they were selling them at £80,
Yeah.
Wow.
is because people are getting ripped off. And there's so many people in my chat saying, I would love to have a REM pod, but I can't afford it. I would love to have a spirit box, I can't afford it. And that's why I show them how to
Exactly, Sam.
do these things.
Exactly.
Now, what people do with that information, I did notice an increase in those black REM pods on eBay, and possibly took that information and made some money. That's for them to that's in their conscience or whatever. But they were only 30 pounds. At least they weren't £80 like some ghost hunting company was selling them at.
Yeah.
But it was to give people REM pods and show people how to make a REM pod for cheap without, technical,
Mm-hmm.
without being technically minded,
The,
I think
the,
I'm
the
going
thing,
to
the
have a
thing,
bash at one of them.
the thing is, Sam, I've got no problem if somebody comes up with a good idea, and it's costing them 20 quid to make. I've got no problem with them selling it for 30, 40 quid. Because they've invested their time into thinking it up and doing it. What I've got a problem with people doing is making something that's costing them 10, 15 quid and knocking it out at 80, 100 quid. And claiming, marking the price up that high just because it's for a paranormal use.
Yeah.
I've got no problem with people making money on the paranormal if they've took the time to develop something. They deserve to make money out of it. But they don't. People who are marking up 10 times above what it's costing them to make is just ridiculous. If you look at a REM pod, I'm talking 160 quid. There's 15 quid's worth of electronics in it, if that.
A pop chipboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 13 quid's worth.
Yeah. And they're knocking it out for 160 quid, and all they're basically doing is sticking it in a plastic tube with 4 LED lights.
I think all told, if you make a bear from scratch, it costs about 25 quid.
Mm-hmm.
To get all components like aerial and button switch and a bit of Velcro for bear and bear itself. It's about 25 quid it runs at, and I usually do them at 35, 40.
Yeah.
Just for time of putting it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a bit of post up top.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, but that ain't a bad markup, Andy. That ain't a bad markup at all. But you got these folks selling them bears at 100, 120 quid sometimes.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous money. It's absolutely ridiculous money. And the 12587, a perfect example. It was a cheap $10 radio.
Well, I fell track to that one.
And the Panasonic DR60, £2,000 for a busted recorder.
The Pana box, now the same thing, the little radio. And all it is a hand radio that looks like the DR60. But anything that looks like a DR60 has gone way up in price.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I bought one 50 quid and I bought one for 80 quid. And the last time I looked, they were at nearly 200 quid.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Anything that looks like a DR60 has rocketed in price.
If I'm going to spend 200 quid on recording equipment, Sam, I'd either go and buy me the next model up from the DR2 Tascam, or I'd buy me another 2 DR2 Tascams. You know, I'd rather have two high quality recording devices rather than pay £200 for something which is cheap and nasty when all's said and done, and is nowhere near worth its value.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if these low bit recorders are producing the conditions to make EVPs, back it up with another recorder. That's all I can say, really.
Yeah,
You know, you know. But as I said before, internal noise is uncontrollable, but external noise is controllable
yeah,
when you use a bit of static from a radio with no human voices on it. You know, it works in the same principle, kind of
yeah,
thing. And that's what these older researchers in ITC actually do.
yeah,
Use external noise. It could be the running of a tap, or it could be static noise from radio and stuff like that. You know, they found that EVPs were embedded, attached to this noise. One actually, Dr. Annabella Cardoso was doing EVP experiments when a motorcycle passed, and the EVP was attached to the sound of the motorcycle, but that is external noise.
yeah,
Do you know?
yeah,
Do you know, the internal noise of a DR60 is very unstable, if you know what I mean.
yeah. You know, if DR60s worked, there were thousands of secretaries all around the world talking to demons while they were doing dictation.
Well, there was growly noises and stuff like that, but that actually is that you know, when everybody was getting those growly noises, and I think it was something to do with the electronics that was making them growly
Yeah,
noises.
it was a fault on the circuit board. It was causing feedback.
Yeah, I think what happened was they didn't put a shield between the microphone and the circuit board itself. So the microphone was picking up the buzzy noise of the circuit board, and, you know, causing that internal noise. But, you know, these older researchers were experimenting long before with external noise, and it's a more reliable way of doing it because it's more controlled, you know?
Yeah, well, all the original EVP work and Spirit Box work was actually done with white noise generators. You know,
Yeah.
there was no voice transmissions on them whatsoever, and that they were still getting voices coming through. Sam, you
Yeah,
know, so
we
these people who claim, oh, it's just radio bleed over, yes, a lot of it is, but it can be proven that even if you use a box with no audible signal whatsoever, you can still get voice responses on a white noise generator.
yeah. Well, one of my experiments when I was a teenager actually didn't involve any circuitry at all. Like, it was actually a motor with a speaker, and basically when the electricity went into the motor and caused the motor to spin, you got that buzzy noise coming through the speaker. And actually, I actually tried using motors as speakers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we went into all that kind of thing with
Yeah,
white noise and stuff. You know,
yeah,
way back in the day, but it was primitive technology at the time. You know.
yeah, and that's exactly what it is, Chris. Because I've actually seen experiments done where they've used a cheap Olympus MP3 recorder, and they've used something like either the Tascam DR02 or the Zoom, and they've recorded a rustle of a jacket, and you can tell on the high quality WAV recorder exactly what it is, but you listen to it on the cheap Olympus, and it does basically sound like somebody whispering. And a lot of the times, this is why people are using them, because they know it generates enough pareidolia for them to make use of. They know it's going to
Actually,
happen. Sorry, Sam, go on.
yeah. Actually, my good friend Steve from the Ouija Brothers actually done a good video on that.
Yeah, You know, and this is why I always, you know, I never use an Olympus or anything like that. I always use the Tascam because of how high quality it is. You know, and I got a fantastic EVP when we did the Fairy Garden video. And the good thing about that one is we were actually nowhere near that recorder when it happened, were we, Andy?
No.
We were at the other side of the garden, and it actually picked up footsteps walking round the
oak tree. Yeah.
round the tree that it was propped against as well. And we were what 50, 60 feet away.
Yeah.
In another area of the garden.
That's the reason why I actually don't do. One of the reasons why I don't do conventional what everybody else calls a EVP session, because you ask a couple of questions, and the reason why people are doing that is because they didn't want to have a recorder on for 3 hours and have to go through the whole 3 hours.
Yeah.
I would rather go through that 3 hours than, you know, you're casting your net out further than just asking a couple of questions. I mean, like you're doing the investigation anyway, and you're calling out. Might as well have a recorder on. Do you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at audio recording. You know?
Yeah. Well, that was what we did, because I left the recorder at the foot of the tree. It was about 50. It was about an hour, wasn't it, Andy? Altogether, it was an hour actually. It was just under.
Yeah.
It was. I think it was 57 minutes altogether. And Andy left a bear there as well. And we went to the other end of the garden, and we actually heard the bear trigger as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
And I went through the recording a couple of weeks ago, and you can actually hear and it's the first time I've ever got a really clear EVP, and you can actually hear the voice say where.
Yeah.
But the bear had triggered, and we'd also got these footsteps walking around as well, and we could see the area from where we were perfectly clearly. You know, so there was nobody there to trigger the bear or anything. We could see where we were standing, the area perfectly clear. So it weren't like somebody had sneaked up and then ran off.
And then not forgetting the bloody musical notes from a wind instrument.
And then, you know, for 50, I've got about got to be about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, is it, Andy?
Yeah.
Where you can actually hear panpipes. Sounds like panpipes playing. And the interesting thing was, before we actually started doing the investigation, we just got there, I turned my Robert's radio spirit box on and gave it to Jace, you know, while we were setting up the cameras and everything.
Yeah.
And we got some fantastic responses. We got Fairy and Fairy playing within 30 seconds of switching the radio on.
Yeah.
You know, and the stuff we were getting through, Sam, was unbelievable. While we were getting set up, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, and it always happens when you ain't actually doing your recordings. We literally just got there. You know, but Andy had actually said while we were setting up, "Oh, I've got my panpipes in my basket, in my bag. Does anybody want to play them? Or do you want me to play them?" And I actually said, "Oh, you'll drive everybody off if you do that."
Yeah.
And then I played that recording the other week, and you can actually hear panpipes playing for about 15 minutes.
You could just about hear it in certain bits on my camera audio, but it weren't clear enough for me to put it in video. But then once I heard them over your I was like, wow, yeah, you know. But we didn't hear any of that. We couldn't hear them.
Yeah.
You know. And weird situation is that house, if there'd have been wind chimes in that garden somewhere, we'd have heard them.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a good day, Gay, because I know it's day for you at the moment. It's night here. So you have a good day, and thanks for coming in. I'm going to be closing it down shortly anyway, because I think it's after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's nearly 1:30 in the morning, Andy.
It is.
It's 1 and 17 people in the chat all this time.
Yeah.
Massive thanks to everybody that's been on, and you know, that's what community's all about, you know.
Yeah, we've been going for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. You know, we've had a good night again. But yeah, I think I'll close it down now because time is ticking away. It's 1:25 now. So I'd just like to thank Andy and Sam for coming on.
No problem, anytime.
Thank you very much, Brad.
It's been a great night again, and I'd like to thank everybody who's been in the chat. and everybody for keeping it nice and pleasant in the chat. Really enjoyed it. We'll probably. Are you free Sunday, Andy?
I am, yes.
Right, so we'll probably do a card reading on Sunday then. We always enjoy them. I'm sure Stephen will be in for his weekly reading. But thank you all very much for coming on, and we will see you again on Sunday if you want to come in and have your cards read. It's all totally free. I'll just do it to say thank you to the supporters of the channel. So, see you all again shortly. Thanks a lot, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Everybody.
Bye.